include administrative and cultural facilities, housing developments and residential buildings. He has become internationally known for his visionary urban planning and social housing projects, as well as his work in education, both in India and as a visiting professor at universities around the world. He worked with Louis Khan as an associate to build the IIM Ahmedabad, and they continued to collaborate for over a decade.
The garden city must have a garden campus. But will it be a campus or will it be an ashram or a gurukul? So that there are no pressures. And I think this is how we thought of the journey.
He founded his own practice, Vastu Shilpa, in 1956 with two architects. Today, Vastu Shilpa is a multidisciplinary practice with 5 partners spanning 3 generations and has 60 employees. It is responsible for building the National War Museum and Memorial and the Nalanda University. A true visionary, Balkrishna Doshi's work on the reunification of modern architecture and Indian heritages has influenced generations of architects. He has proven how buildings with changing demands and uses over time can still hold their vision.
It has been all my life. And I will happily be doing it for many more decades to come.
And a look now at some news in brief. This morning, Congress leader Pratap Singh Bajwa has termed the attack on the Mohali Police Intelligence Office a terrorist attack. He said that whenever there is political instability in Pakistan, the border states of India need to be alert. More than 80,000 pilgrims were recently reported to have visited Kedarnath Dham for darshan. Now, the footfall was recorded on the 5th day of the temple opening for devotees. The Aam Aadmi Party has protested the construction work that led to the collapse of the gallery of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Stadium in HSR layout. Corruption by taking 40% as commissioned by the BJP government was cited as the reason for this collapse. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah has laid the foundation stone of several development projects aimed at efficient delivery of government services and improvement of work culture in the state. The event coincided with 1-year celebration of the government of SAM. An FIR has been lodged against former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister and Telugu Desam Party Chief Chandrababu Naidu and others in Telangana by the CID. The FIR was registered in connection with irregularities in the alignment of the inner ring road and arterial roads in Amravati. Well, you are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV, and still to come, the Gyan Vapi mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. Muslim groups object to the entry of the plaintiff. And it is a violent escalation in Sri Lanka as the country plunges into chaos. Rajapaksa's flee to naval base for safety.
അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇയാ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV. At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day. At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഈ മേലിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസാന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസാന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇയാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day. You are watching the Republic Media Network. This is Republic TV. The Delhi High Court, which is hearing a batch of petitions seeking to criminalize marital rape, will pronounce its judgment today. The petitions are challenging the exception to the rape law under the Indian Penal Code. A bench of Justices Rajiv Shakdher and C. Harishankar will pronounce their verdict in the 4 pleas seeking to criminalize marital rape.
The Delhi High Court is going to give a landmark judgment on marital rape. Exception to Section 375 that defines rape in the Indian Penal Code states that forceful sexual intercourse by a man on his wife is exempted from the definition of rape and the punishment of rape. After a marathon hearing in the Delhi High Court, we're going to see a verdict on this, which has been heard with several amicuses and the central government and everyone giving their stand in the court. What has to be seen is finally will the voices of silence, like the Karnataka High Court said, be given a chance of hope. The Karnataka High Court in a recent order has said on marital rape, it is time that the institution of marriage is not misused by men who might turn into brutal beasts. All eyes on the Delhi High Court.
The Delhi High Court will give its verdict on criminalization of marital rape today. A bench of Justices Rajiv Shakdher and C. Harishankar had reserved its judgment on February 21st on the petition seeking to strike down the exception granted to husbands under the law after conducting marathon hearings on the issue. On February 7th, the High Court granted 2 weeks to the centre to state its stand on the petition seeking criminalization of marital rape. The centre had submitted that it sent a communication to all states and union territories seeking their comments on the issue and urged the court that the proceedings be adjourned till such time the inputs are received. However, the centre's request was refused by the bench on the ground that it was not possible to defer an ongoing matter endlessly. The centre had said that as this case could have an impact on social and family life with the far-reaching consequences, the government can place its stand only after a consultative process. The court was hearing PIL seeking striking down of the exception granted to husbands under the law. In its 2017 affidavit, the centre had opposed the pleas submitting that marital rape cannot be made a criminal offence, as it could become a phenomenon that may destabilize the institution of marriage and an easy tool for harassing husbands. However, the centre told the court in January that it was re-looking at its earlier stand on the petitions as that was brought on record in the affidavit filed several years ago. The petitioners have challenged the constitutionality of the marital rape exception under Section 375 IPC on the ground that it discriminated against married women who were sexually assaulted by their husbands. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Arrangements are being made to ensure the safety of the Amarnath Yatris amid a security threat in Kashmir. The CRPF says arrangements are being made to ensure the area is safe and all Jawans have been alerted to the sticky bomb threat. Quick reaction teams have been deployed wherever necessary and surveillance is being kept through drones and other gadgets.
यात्रा के बारे में जो बंदोबस्त हैं वो चल रहे हैं और सभी एजेंसीज अपना अपना रोल उसमें अदा कर रही हैं और हम हर वर्ष की तरह इस बार भी अच्छी तरह से पूरी सफलतापूर्वक इस यात्रा को संपन्न करेंगे।
सर, जो स्टिकी बॉम्ब है इस बार बड़ा चैलेंज है, तो किस तरह निपटने की तैयारियां की गई हैं, क्योंकि राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग का रास्ता आपके पास आता है?
इस पर अलर्टनेस के अलावा और कोई रास्ता नहीं है, तो जो भी हमारे एरिया ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में जो हमारे डिप्लॉयमेंट है और दूसरी एजेंसीज़ हैं उन सभी को अलर्ट रखा जाएगा और इस बारे में हमारे जवानों को अच्छी तरह से हमने सेंसिटाइज कर रखा है।
शुक्रिया।
Well, you are watching Republic TV. We slip into a short break here. On the other side, we are bringing you more news, including as the situation worsens in Sri Lanka, Indian government denies the Rajapakse family has sought refuge in the country. And Elon Musk hints at a return of the former US President Donald Trump to Twitter after being suspended post the Capitol Hill riots.
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇതാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV. At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day. At 7:30 on World this morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയെ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain.
News just coming in, a fire has broken out in a government building in Patna. This is the Vishwasarya Bhavan that's located at Bailey Road in Patna. What we understand is that this offices several government departments. The fire brigade, of course, have already arrived at the spot. Let's go across on the phone line to Prakash. Prakash, give us more details.
Well, this building, the government building, this is Vishwasarya Bhavan, which houses most of the government departments and important public works departments like PWD, building construction department, rural works department. And as we can see in the visuals, that it has caught fire and the smoke is billowing out of the building. Now, what we learn is that fire tenders have already reached on the spot to douse the fire. And the fire brigade is also on the job. The local administration have already reached, because it's an important building, government building, which houses most of the public works department of Bihar government. Now, what is the exact reason of the fire is not yet known, but what one can understand is that the building is under maintenance, and maybe because of some electrical fitting being done and rectified, the building would have caught fire because of the short circuit, and that is the one reason that is being ascertained as of now. Meanwhile, the situation is under control. The fire tenders are trying to douse the fire, and no casualties have been reported as yet, and we'll get to know about the damage done to the government files because of this fire later in the later course of the day, as and when the situation gets to normal. Meanwhile, no damage reported as yet, no casualties reported as yet. The police administration and the local administration is in the job to control the fire. Back to you.
All right, Prakash Singh reporting on this. Thank you. And here's some international news. Jordan's King Abdullah II has met with Senate leaders from both parties at the Capitol Hill ahead of his scheduled meeting with President Joe Biden at the White House. He's also expected to meet with the Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. The emblematic and luxurious Hotel Sartoga was to have its grand reopening, but instead is now in ruins behind a pile of rubble. 80% of its structure has been damaged after an explosion that killed at least 42 people and injured dozens others. The World Health Organization's Director General has slammed China and said that China's zero-COVID strategy is not sustainable given the virus's ever-evolving nature. Speaking at a media briefing, the WHO chief said that China's draconian measures have trapped most of Shanghai's 25 million people at home for weeks as China combats the country's worst outbreak since the pandemic began. News is coming in. We are learning that at Kozhikode, nearly 266 bullets have been found discarded near the national highway at Nelikor, near Thondayard in Kozhikode. The police have said that the bullets also included those that have been manufactured in the United Kingdom. A target board has also been found suggesting firing practice. A plywood sheet pierced with bullets has also been found near the area. Although 2 bullets were missing from the casing, only 1 bullet has been fired. That's what police sources are telling us. So this is news that's just coming in. There have been about 266 live bullets that have been found in Kozhikode. The police are investigating. Well, what we understand is that this was found near the national highway at Nelikod near Kozhikode. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, terrorist Yasin Malik pleads guilty, charged for acts of terror in Kashmir under multiple sections of the UAPA. And Raj Thackeray warns Uddhav, questions police action against the MNS, says, do not test my patience. And the Gyanvapi mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. Muslim groups object to the entry of the plaintiff.
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത് ഇനി നേരെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. ഉടമസ്ഥന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? ഉടമസ്ഥന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇയാ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day. At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത് ഇനി നേരെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. ഉടമസ്ഥന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? ഉടമസ്ഥന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇയാ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Cutting across, two dramatic visuals that are coming in of a fire that has broken out in a government building in Patna. The visuals on your screens as well of the police personnel who are rescuing the people who are said to be trapped in this government building. So massive fire there. The dramatic visuals on your screens of a fire that has broken out in a government building in Patna. This is in fact the Vishwasarya Bhavan, we are told, which is located in the Belly Road. Rescue operations are underway. So the fire tenders have also reached at the spot and all the operations are underway to douse the flames. You can see those the flames bellowing out of that building. So dramatic visuals coming in of the fire that has broken out in a government building in Patna. This is the Vishwasarya Bhavan, a top government building that is on fire, and the rescue operations as well as the efforts to douse the flames are underway. We will be going across to Prakash, who will be joining us from Patna to give us more information as to the reason for this fire. But some very dramatic visuals coming in of the fire that has broken out in this government building, which is the Vishwasarya Bhavan.
ऊपर 5 पर और 4 पर आग लगा हुआ है। तो हम लोग भाई अपना विभाग के मतलब वरीय पदाधिकारी को सूचना दे के हम लोग अपना यहाँ विभाग देखने आ गए कि हम लोग के यहाँ कोई नुकसान तो नहीं हो रहा है, इसीलिए हम लोग दौड़ के आए हैं और यहाँ पर देखिए हम लोग सहायता कर रहे हैं। 5 पर लगा हुआ है, हाँ ये 4 है,
4 और 5 दोनों पर?
5 दोनों पर।
कौन से विभाग?
आपको लघु जल संसाधन है, योजना परिषद है और 5 पर आपको ग्रामीण कार्य है।
तीनों विभाग में?
हाँ तीनों विभाग।
क्या कैसे आग कैसे लगा, कुछ पता चल पाया?
इसका कोई अभी हम लोग को सूचना नहीं है।
स्थिति क्या है
अभी तो आप देख ही रहे हैं कि लोग फायर ब्रिगेड के लोग घिरे हुए हैं, आग बुता रहे हैं आग को।
स्थिति कैसा?
हम नहीं बता सकते हैं क्या है।
कुछ लोग फंसे भी
नहीं, एक आदमी फंसा हुआ था, निकाल लिया गया है।
क्या नाम हुआ आपका?
मेरा नाम भरत है।
On your screens as well of the fire that has broken out in this government building, and the firefighting operations are currently underway. We have Prakash joining us for more information. Prakash, what is the reason for this fire that has broken out, and if you could tell us about the firefighting operations also that are set to be underway?
Well, as far as the reasons of this fire is concerned, it seems that it's a short circuit because the building was under maintenance. As you can see that some repair work is going on in the entire building, and retrofitting is also being done. But as soon as the fire caught the building, then the local administration, the local police officials have also reached on the spot. The fire tenders have been brought in to douse the fire, and the local police have also reached on the spot. No casualties have been reported as yet. Few people were trapped in the morning, but they have also managed to escape from the building. Remember, this is a very important building which houses the most important public works department building of the government of Bihar, that is the rural works, rural development, PWD, building construction department, minor irrigation. So after that, once the fire is out, we'll ascertain as to what is the exact damage that has been caused pertaining to the files, the important files, because all are documented files. So that is one problem area, but we'll get to know the nature of the fire once the fire is doused and the situation is being brought under control. Back to you.
All right. Prakash, thank you so much for giving us those details. Thanks for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track more details on that. Moving on to more news breaks coming in. This one from Gujarat, where the state police has nabbed a dawn threatening Hanuman Chalisa organizers. The history sheeter's illegal house was demolished by the Gujarat government. So the visuals on your screens as well of a dawn's house that was bulldozed over a threat in which this dawn who threatened Hanuman Chalisa organizers. We are also told that the history sheeter's illegal house was demolished by the Gujarat government. We will be going across to Priyanka as well, who will be joining us live from Ahmedabad. But very dramatic visuals coming in of Gujarat dawn who threatened Hanuman Chalisa organizers, and the government there raising the illegal house of the Gujarat dawn. We have a reaction as well of a police official on the same. Let's listen in.
हम लोगों ने हिस्ट्री निकलवाई और हमें पता चला कि सिराज उर्फे हुसैन खलियानी ने अपनी गैरकायदे तरीके से, अवैध तरीके से जो सरकारी ज़मीन है बोटा टाउन में, उस सरकारी ज़मीन 4500 स्क्वायर मीटर जो ज़मीन थी उसके ऊपर अवैध कब्जा कर रखा था। वहाँ पे उसने फार्म हाउस और अपना घर बना के रखा था। घटना की जानकारी मिलते ही हम लोगों ने आज पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन के साथ एग्जीक्यूटिव मजिस्ट्रेट की प्रेजेंस में जो भी गैरकायदेसर अवैध तरीके से उसने जो कब्जा कर रखा था उस फार्म हाउस को डिमोलिशन कर दिया है, और फ्यूचर में भी जो भी ऐसे किस्म के गैंगस्टर्स या हिस्ट्री शीटर्स या जो भी ऐसे किस्म के बंदे जो कम्युनल हार्मोनी को डिस्टर्ब करना चाहते हैं, उनके खिलाफ पुलिस सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और उनको आगे भी हम लोग प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन में उनको एक्सटर्नमेंट या तो पासा की कार्रवाई करेंगे.
And we have Priyanka joining us live right now. Priyanka, if you could give us more details of this history cheater's house that was the illegal house that was raised by the Gujarat government.
Well, yes, Samiksha, what we are picking up is this is an illegal property that was in fact being encroached upon, land that was being encroached upon. And on that land in Mohammadpura, another area in Botat district of Gujarat, is where this illegal property that had been encroached upon has been demolished by the local municipal authorities. And the police officials have also been present there. The DYSP himself, you had heard him talk about the entire case as well, because remember there had been one BHP worker who had been trying to put up loudspeakers at the Hanuman temple in the locality itself, where now this Don Sirsa or Shiro, as he is known by the authorities as well, he had given an open threat to this BHP worker and had stated that he will in fact kill him if he does not take off the loudspeakers from the Hanuman temple itself. And he also had made several threats to several other people who had been trying to play the loudspeaker. Now we have seen how the entire loudspeaker debate has gotten even bigger across the country, but even in Gujarat we have seen at least 2 deaths that have also been recorded because of using loudspeakers. And now we see another such incident of where a death threat had been given by a person for using loudspeakers. Now this was the local Don Shiro. In fact, he had 34 cases against him, including that of Pasa, and several other cases like extortion, murder, kidnapping, all of these included. So he is in fact a history cheater who has been booked by the police officials, and there had been a proper procedure that was being followed for carrying out this demolition drive there in Botat. The police officials and the municipal authorities had also given the notice for carrying out this demolition. They had stated that in the area of Mohammadpura there had been an illegal encroachment on several parts of lands, which is why this demolition drive was being carried out by the local authorities, and those are the exact visuals that you can see on your screen right now. But we are seeing how the entire repercussions of the loudspeaker debate, of the Hanuman Chalisa debate can be felt even in Gujarat, because as I said earlier, there have been at least 2 deaths that have been reported for just because people were using loudspeakers. They have been trashed by a mob as well in several such places, including that in Patna and in Mehsana as well. These are the 2 deaths that have been reported. And now in Botat, we see that a death threat had been issued by the local Don to this one BHP person who was putting up loudspeakers in the Hanuman temple.
Yes, so Priyanka, they're breaking it down for us, the details of this illegal structure that has been raised by the state officials in Gujarat. Moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Congress leader Pratap Singh Bajwa termed the attack on Mohali Police Intelligence Office as a terrorist attack. He said that whenever there is a political instability in Pakistan, the border states of India need to be alert. More than 80,000 pilgrims were recently reported to have visited Kedarnath Dham for darshan of Lord Kedarnath. The footfall was recorded on the 5th day of the temple opening for devotees. The Aam Aadmi Party protested the construction work that led to the collapse of the gallery of Atal Bihari Vajpayee in HSR layout. Corruption by taking 40% as commission by the BJP government was cited as a reason for the collapse. Union Home Minister Amit Shah laid foundation stone of several development projects aimed at efficient delivery of government services and improvement of work culture in the state. The event coincided with 1-year celebration of the government of Assam. An FIR has been lodged against former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister and TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu and others in Telangana by the CID. The FIR was registered in connection with irregularities in the alignment of Inner Ring Road and the arterial roads in Amravati. And tracking another big story that is coming in as Cyclone Asani approaches the Andhra coastline, rain lashed parts of Andhra Pradesh's Kakinada district this morning. On Tuesday, Odisha Special Relief Commissioner Pradeep Kumar Jena said that the Cyclone Asani is likely to reach Kakinada on the Andhra coast on Wednesday morning. So the visuals on your screens as well of the Andhra coastline in which the rain lashed parts of Andhra Pradesh's Kakinada district this morning, and this as the country braces for Cyclone Asani's landfall. So Odisha Special Relief Commissioner Pradeep Kumar Jena also saying that Cyclone Asani is likely to reach the Andhra Pradesh coast this morning, and we can see the visuals on your screens of heavy rains lashing the coast of Andhra region. We have Aneri joining us from Hyderabad. Aneri, if you could give us more details of this Cyclone Asani, how is it likely to impact the coastal regions of Andhra Pradesh?
Well, Samisha, the Cyclone Asani, which has been the forefront in the last 4 days, we have been seeing from yesterday night heavy rains in the coastal Andhra region, especially in Kakinada, Visakhapatnam, and we also see that some areas of Machilipatnam also has been impacted due to Cyclone Asani, and also in the meantime we see that the government officials have decided to make sure that students or anyone do not face any sort of problem in that regard, and so they have announced that intermediate exam for today will be postponed to 25th of May, so the people do not face any sort of problem. But yes, Kakinada, Visakhapatnam and other coastal areas of Andhra Pradesh have been facing a lot of high alert, and also teams have been deployed. SDRF, NDRF teams have been put on alert. Fishermen have been asked not to venture out in the sea. And also in the meantime, we have been seeing that the Cyclone Asani, which has been since last few days now, we have been seeing that the track is slowly changing. But yes, Kakinada is one of the main regions which is being affected due to cyclone, and a rough sea we have been seeing since last night. Heavy rains in the coastal Andhra region. So all the teams have been asked to stay on alert, and also in the meantime we see that officials have been deployed so that we do not see any sort of untoward situation.
Yes. Aneri, thank you so much. So, Aneri, my colleague, breaking it down for us, the likely impact of Cyclone Asani as heavy rains lash the coastal regions of Andhra Pradesh. And as Aneri was pointing out, the forces and officials are on high alert, and people have been asked not to venture near the sea. Well, moving on for now, another breaking news coming in. Tensions in Bhilwara of Rajasthan after a man was murdered late last night. In fact, protests were held by various organizations after the murder, and internet services, we are told, have also been suspended till 6 p.m. of Thursday. So the tensions there that continue to prevail in the Bhilwara region for the second time in last week, this after a man was murdered last night. And several organizations, remember, also gathered and staged a protest over the murder of the youth. The latest, what you're told, is that internet services have been suspended till 6 a.m. of Thursday. Remember, a 22-year-old Adarsh Tapadia, the youth, was allegedly killed by members of another community on Tuesday over a money dispute. And the latest, what we are told, is that there are tensions that continue to prevail in the area. Rajasthan's Bhilwara area, and internet services have also been suspended. And according to sources, what we are told is that a dispute over money on Tuesday night and some boys is said to be the cause of the murder, in which some boys allegedly attacked the deceased and injured him. He was then taken to the district hospital where he was declared brought dead. We have Piyush joining us on the phone line. Piyush, if you could bring us some more details on this whole case, because the latest, what we are told, is that internet services remain suspended and tensions continue to prevail in the area.
Well, yes, this is what we are now. We want to understand that tensions continue to prevail there in Bhilwara of Rajasthan. I remember that news of a man being murdered has also come out last time itself. Now the administration has been suspended the internet there, and it has been ordered that the internet will be suspended till 6 a.m. on Thursday. This has been done because of the rumors and the kind of information that have been passed by the anti-social elements. The internet has been suspended. Several organizations who had gathered, they are right now protesting as we are speaking. So the tension prevails here in Bihar of Rajasthan, and this has happened for the second time. We'll have to wait and watch how the administration is going to deal with the situation. But yes, again, problematic situation coming in front of administration.
ये जो घटना हुई है भिलवाड़ा के लिए बहुत शर्मनाक घटना है। पुलिस प्रशासन और इस सरकार के लिए आंखें खोलने वाली घटना है। इनको हम चेता के आए थे, जब हम मिलने गए थे तो कि ये रिएक्शन में कोई न कोई घटना ज़रूर होगी, आप सावधान रहना, लेकिन प्रशासन ने उस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया और ये घटना हो चुकी है। अब इनके परिवार से जो बात हुई है, उस परिवार के बात के आधार पर इनकी मांग ये है कि हम जब तक बॉडी नहीं उठाएंगे, जब तक एक तो जितने भी अपराधी हैं, चाहे वो 5 हो 10 हो, जितने भी अपराधी हैं सब रात भर में गिरफ्तार हो जाएं और इनको मुआवजा, जो भी इनकी मांग है वो मुआवजा इनको तत्काल मिले, तब जाके ये बॉडी उठाएंगे और इनकी मांग के हम सब साथ हैं।
So, very shocking incident coming to light from Rajasthan's Bhilwara, where a youth was murdered, and the Hindu group now calling for Bandh as tensions continue to simmer in the region. So, a very shocking incident coming to light from Rajasthan's Bhilwara, where a youth was 22-year-old youth was murdered. And we have the latest information now that the Hindu group has called for a protest, has called for a bandh, beg your pardon, over this shocking incident, horrific incident coming to light from Rajasthan's Bhilwara. The internet services continue to remain suspended. They will remain suspended till tomorrow, 6 p.m. And an FIR, what we're told, has also been registered over the Bhilwara murder. A very short break, lots lined up for you. On the other side of this break, Raj Thackeray now warns Uddhav, questions police action against MNS. And the Gyanvapi mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. Muslim groups object to entry of plaintiff.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे, कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे, कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. ഉടമസ്ഥന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? ഉടമസ്ഥന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV. At 7.
And back-to-back news breaks coming in. This one from Bihar, where a police team was attacked in Bihar's Katihar district. What we are told is that 5 policemen, including female constable, was injured after they were thrashed by the family where they'd gone to for the seizure. And a very dramatic visual, in fact, also coming to light. The Bihar police personnel who were attacked in Bihar's Katihar when they had gone to for the seizure. We will go across to Prakash as well, who will be giving us more details. We have a reaction as well. Let's listen into that first.
जब पूर्ति करके लौट रहे थे तो मेरा पीछे से वार करके मार दिया हंसुआ से। अभी नाम था अब्दुल गनी मोहम्मद तालिब अब्दुल गनी, दोनों था बाप बेटा। अभियुक्त तो वो भी इसमें अभियुक्त है, लेकिन वो बेल कराइले था। उसका भाई जो है उसका भाई का था कुर्की, मोहम्मद मेजर का कुर्की था। और अब तालिब जो है वो भी अथी है, अभियुक्त है, लेकिन वो बेल कराए हुए थे। और उसका बाप भी अब्दुल गनी अभियुक्त है, लेकिन वही केस में वो भी बेल कराए हुए था। वही दोनों मिलकर के
पूरे परिवार वाला मिलकर,
हाँ पूरे परिवार आया और तुम्हारे सब मिलकर के
Police personnel there beaten black and blue when they had gone to attach the properties of the accused. So what we are told is that 5 cops and female sub-inspector were injured after the whole family thrashed the cops, and this after the police personnel had gone to the house to the family for the seizure. And the police personnel, the cop there, also telling us their plight as to how this whole incident happened, and saying that they were thrashed by the family when they had gone to attach their property and for that seizure. We will go across to Prakash as well, but 5 cops, this incident coming to light from Bihar's Katihar, where the police personnel were thrashed by the accused's family when they had gone to for some seizure in relation to a case. And the visuals on your screens as well of this incident that is coming to light from Bihar's Katihar, where 5 police personnel were injured, attacked by the family when they had gone to attach their property in relation to a case. We will go across to Prakash as well to break it all down for us, but that is the incident coming to light from Bihar's Katihar, where the police personnel were thrashed. They were beaten black and blue by the family of the accused when they'd gone for some seizure in relating to a case. And you can see the visuals on your screens as well of the police personnel who were injured. And this after the police personnel had gone to the family's house for seizure in relation to a case, and that incident coming to light from Bihar's Katihar district. And on to more breaking news coming in. The footage that we've accessed of a luxury hotel allegedly belonging to the Rajapaksas has been set on fire. So another dramatic escalation there coming to light from Sri Lanka, where the house belonging to the Rajapaksas has been set on fire by the angry protesters. Remember, there have been massive protests, widespread outrage against the Rajapaksas, and we've also been told that the Rajapaksas have now taken refuge to a naval base. And in the backdrop of all this, we have those dramatic visuals coming in where the house property belonging to the Rajapaksas have been put on fire by the angry protesters. So situation there very tense in Sri Lanka as protests continue to take place against the Rajapaksas, against the Lankan government. And this Rajapakse, and this after the economic crisis that continues to roil the country, the worst crisis that the economic crisis that the country is facing for years now, the crisis that the country has not faced in years, and the visuals on your screens of the property belonging to the Lankan government that has been put on fire. So we will be going across to our reporters as well to give us more information as to how all of this is happening, because we also told you how the Rajapakse have also fled and have taken refuge to a naval base in wake of the massive outrage, the protests that continue across the country. And this, as a country, has been facing the worst economic crisis it has faced in years, and a lot of debt on the country as well. And this, in the backdrop of all this, we are seeing that the people are completely up in arms. We will continue to get you more on that big story that we are tracking, but the house belonging to the Rajapakse that has been set ablaze by the angry protesters.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World this morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി നേരിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World this morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको। और
Here's a quick recap of the top headlines at 9:30 this morning. Terrorist Yasin Malik pleads guilty. Is charged for acts of terror in Kashmir under multiple sections of the UAPA. Raj Thackeray warns Uddhav Thackeray questions police action against the MNS, says do not test my patience. The Gyan Vapi mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. Muslim groups object to the entry of the plaintiff. Tensions escalate in Rajasthan after a man was murdered in Bhilwara. And new videos emerged showing hotel of Rajapakse's allegedly set on fire. And Elon Musk hints at a return of the former US President Donald Trump to Twitter at being suspended post the Capitol Hill riot. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to terror charges. He pleaded guilty to all charges, including those under the stringent Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, before a Delhi court in a case related to alleged terrorism and secessionist activities that disturbed the valley in 2017.
Six years after being booked under the UAPA, separatist leader and JKLF founder Mohammad Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty before a Delhi court.
This is crucial because the separatist leader has been charged and stated that there was a conspiracy to destabilize at a time when in 1990 he began these nefarious activities. It's taken 32 years for justice to happen. It's taken 32 years for Yasin Malik to now plead guilty. But what is also to be seen is what the special judge Praveen Singh had stated while saying that the charges against him are made out. They said the charges, the masterminds were in Pakistan. They were the ones holding the keys, and the conspirators and the conspiracy was hatched with these people in India.
By admitting to the charges, Yasin Malik now faces life imprisonment. Along with Yasin Malik, charges have also been framed against Bitta Karate, Shabir Shah and Masrat Alam, while Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist Hafiz Saeed and Hizbul Mujahideen chief Syed Salahuddin are declared proclaimed offenders in the case. While the admission does come as a surprise, the silence of politicians who were on the streets in 2019 during Yasin Malik's arrest is surely deafening. The lobby, which propped up Yasin Malik as a youth icon and a peacenik despite him allegedly killing Indian Air Force officers and sharing a dais with the 2008 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Hafiz Saeed, has now gone silent. The quantum of the sentence will be decided by Special Judge Praveen Singh after the hearing of the arguments on 19th of May. But the lobby and the politicians who backed Yasin Malik have a lot of introspection to do. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, let's go across to Zeenat, who's joining us on the phone line. Well, we'll have Zeenat in just a bit, but this is what we know so far. The Jammu and Kashmir separatist leader, terrorist now, Mohammad Yasin Malik, has pleaded guilty to all charges, including those under the stringent Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, before a Delhi court. I think joining us on the phone line right now is Mr. Gupta. Mr. Gupta, good morning. How do you see what has happened now? He has pleaded guilty to all these charges that have been leveled against him, but we don't really hear anything from politicos who had supported him during his arrest.
देखिए, पिछले 30-35 सालों से इन लोगों ने जिस प्रकार से मिलिटेंसी फैलाई हुई थी और जो सरकारें वहां पर रही, उन्होंने कभी इन पर हाथ नहीं डाला। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने इन लोगों को मजबूर कर दिया कि जो लोग हिंदुस्तान में रह करके बाहर के लिए काम करते हैं, पैसे के सिर पर काम करते हैं, उन्होंने कितनी सेडिटाइजेशन कश्मीर में करवाई है। तो कभी अपहरण करवाना, कभी वहां पर आतंकवाद फैलाना, इन सब चीजों से आज भारत सरकार ने जो एक इनिशिएटिव लिया है, मुझे लगता है उसी के तहत ये हुआ है। और इस तरह के कोई एक के साथ कितने साथी इस प्रकार के घटनाओं में संलिप्त है, ये अच्छी बात है। इस तरह के दरिंदे को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलनी चाहिए और जो इन्होंने स्वीकार किया करना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर सरकारों ने किस प्रकार से अपना रुख रखा होता, अपना निर्णय लिया होता, तो इस प्रकार के हालात कश्मीर में पैदा नहीं होते। आज ये स्वागत योग्य कदम है कि सरकार ने इसके लिए इनिशिएटिव लिया और ये आज ये हालात बने कि उन्होंने अपने अपराध को स्वीकार करने पड़े।
All right, I think that's a very poor audio connection that we have, Mr. Gupta. I can barely hear him. But Mr. Gupta, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those comments. So that, of course, Kavinder Gupta over there saying that obviously questions are being asked as to all those politicos who'd actually supported him during his arrest in, I think, 2019. But here's what's happened so far. Of course, Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to all charges that have been made out against him. Also, what we understand is that the Special Judge Praveen Singh will be hearing and announcing the quantum of the sentencing in this case. Now that happens on the May 19, and this, of course, the maximum punishment for this is life imprisonment. A detailed order is awaited in this particular matter. Now, the court also formally framed charges against other Kashmiri separatist leaders, including Farooq Ahmed Dar, Shabir Shah, Masarat Alam, Mohammad Yusuf Shah, and others. What we understand, of course, is that Yasin Malik, of course, has pleaded guilty to all charges, including those under the stringent Unlawful Activities Prevention Act before a Delhi court in a case related to alleged terrorism and secessionist activities. And news just coming in, the Jharkhand Mining Secretary Pooja Singhal was questioned for about 9 hours Tuesday as she appeared before the ED along with her husband in a money laundering probe linked to alleged embezzlement of Manrega funds in Khunti and other charges. She has been called again today for a fresh round of grilling. The federal agency has recorded the statement of the 2000 batch Indian Administrative Service officer under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Prakash now joins us live on this. Prakash, good morning. Prakash, last week, of course, we saw these visuals that actually hit us of the kind of money that was found, in the raids that were conducted. This is something that shocked everybody. Now we understand that she's been questioned for over 9 hours already. Now give us an update on the case.
9 hours. Well, this is turning out to be very embarrassing for Pooja Singhal after the ED recovered more than 18 crore rupees from her CA's resident, that is Suman Singh, who is already in custody, in judicial custody for 5 days because it's a case of money laundering. Then second, her husband Abhishek Jha was also questioned regarding the investment that were made in the Pulse Hospital, and they had taken a loan of 22 crores, but the investment which shows, as far as the infrastructure is concerned, is more than 100 crores. So there's a gap of 80 crores. Where did this money come from? Now, actually, ED is probing the entire Manrega scam which took place in Kuti district 10 years back. And one Mr. Ram Binod Sinha had alleged that there was a direct transfer of money from money in Pooja Singhal's ICICI bank account. So now, all these three people were questioned separately, and yesterday for 9 hours all these three people were made to sit each other face to face, and the ED had around more than 60 to 70 questions, and the ED has certainly found out some clue as to where this scam is heading towards, and the ED has also asked Pooja Singhal, the IAS officer of 2000 batch and the Jharkhand Mining Secretary, to stay put in Ranchi, and they will be called for questioning once again. But trouble mounting heavily on Pooja Singhal and her husband as well as the CA, because they'll have to tell the ED about the account of 18 crore rupees. Where did this come from? Whose money is it? And apparently CA Suman Singh has said that it is not his money. Now, as far as the Jharkhand mining lease of Hemant Soren is concerned, Hemant Soren has sought time from the Election Commission to give a reply in 10 days as far as the Office of Profit is concerned. So It is embarrassing for both Hemant Soren as well as Pooja Singhal. Pooja Singhal being the mining secretary as well as Hemant Soren being the chief minister, because there is a conflict of interest and he holds the mining department as well. So all eyes on the election commission as well, and the ED here tracking mining secretary Pooja Singhal's case as well. So in the next 2 to 3 days, something will unfold as far as Pooja Singhal's case is concerned. Hemant Soren has got a time of 10 days to reply back to the election commission that as to why not his membership from the Jharkhand assembly should be terminated on the ground that he has violated the rules and regulations of the elections code of conduct, that he was involved in office of profit. So there are various contentious issues that is being discussed in the court.
In fact, Prakash, I'm just going to interrupt you there just to tell our viewers that the latest that we are getting is Pooja Singhal has been ordered not to leave the city. The ED is also looking for investigation reports of Singhal's husband, Abhishek Singhal's hospital land. The Badgai company has also said in its investigative report that the land this is the test report. Okay, we're going to try and get that in just a bit, but that's the latest that we are getting on this. Prakash, if you can throw more light on what the ED has said.
Well, as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, they are looking into the angle of the scam that was done in Manrega in, say, 10 years back. And as far as the Manrega scam, the investigation of the Manrega scam is concerned, that has led and pointed finger at Abhishek Shah's investment in the
as well. So where did this money come from? Apparently, they had taken a loan of 22 crore, which is accounted money, but if you build an infrastructure, it requires a lot of money. So where did that gap money come from of 80 crore rupees? So that is what the ED is investigating. And all fingers are being pointed out towards Pooja Singhal, where they were involved in money laundering racket, where some money was routed to shell companies, because the ED apparently has got some papers of shell companies as well. So here comes the role of CA, Suman Singh. Now, when the ED raided when the ED raided the residence of Suman Singh on 6th of May, and then we all saw the visuals of the money being counted by machines, and around 18 to 90 crore rupees were recovered from CA Suman Singh's residence. So that has to be answered as to whose money is that. So the ED is probing all these issues. Directly, there's been no money transfer as far as the account is concerned, but apparently we get to know that the ED has got some clue, and that is why all these three people were made to sit each face to face yesterday, and they've been asked not to leave the place. Because they can call them for investigations again. Back to you.
All right, Prakash Singh reporting on that. Thank you. Now, the Jammu and Kashmir Waqf Board chairman has warned of bulldozers and encroachers. Dr. Andrabi says that when the bulldozers will go, no one will be able to stop it. Warns of no mercy on Waqf land encroachers. Let's listen into what he said.
इनने अब वक्फ के लिए किया है, वो तो किसी रईस के लिए नहीं किया है, और जिन्होंने बड़ी कोठियां भी बनाई होंगी, हमें ढहाने में कोई इंसाफ हासिल नहीं होगा। और जब हम जाएंगे बुलडोज लेके, तो अल्लाह के करम से कोई हमें रोक नहीं सकता है। ये आपके जरिए अपील करना चाहूंगी तमाम उन जिन्होंने वक्फ के जमीन पे कब्जे किए हैं, वो सही तरीके से वक्फ बोर्ड के सामने आए, वक्फ ऑफिस आए और हमसे बात करें। कोई रिश्वत नहीं चलेगी, कोई उनकी सिफारिश नहीं चलेगी। एक ही सिफारिश है कि अल्लाह की जमीन पे किसी का कब्जा नहीं होगा, ना किसी की सिफारिश होगी। बुलडोज चलेगा और कोई इंसाफ उनको नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने अल्लाह और रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की अमानत को खयानत किया हुआ है।
Well, Gulsimran is reporting on this. Gulsimran, give us a sense of the kind of reactions that this is generating.
See, this is very powerful statement that is coming from newly appointed chairperson of the Waqf board, Dr. Darakshi Nandrabi, wherein she said that there will be bulldozer on those who have illegally occupied the land of the Waqf. And pertinent to mention that there is a land in thousands and thousands of canals in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir that belongs to Waqf board, that was established for the welfare of the society but has been encroached by the encroachers, and there was no one to actually ask them the questions that why they have encroached this, and there was no one to retrieve that land from these encroachers. But now this statement coming from Dr. Darakshi Nandrabi, wherein she said that there will be bulldozer on those encroachers, and she will be now not only going to take strict action but also be bulldozing them, will be bulldozing the nefarious plots of those who have always been into encroaching the state government's land. Pertinent to mention, we have seen a nationwide crackdown on these encroachers, and now Dr. Darakshi Nandrabi has also made it very clear that these kind of a strict action will also be taken on the these kind of bulldozers will now go on those who have encroached the land in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and this will be what will happen to those who will try to grab the land of Jammu and Kashmir, the land of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, that is for the welfare of people of Jammu and Kashmir illegally.
All right, Gursimran bringing us those updates from Jammu. Thank you. And here's a look at some more news in brief. Karnataka's government has banned the use of loudspeakers between 6 a.m. and 10 between 10 p.m. at night and 6 a.m. in the morning amid a raging debate over loudspeakers. The Karnataka government said that a loudspeaker or a public address system shall not be used except after obtaining written permission from the designated authorities. Congress leader Pratap Singh Bajwa has alleged that hands of foreign forces are behind the Mohali attack, while adding that Central Probe Agency should investigate the attack. The Congress leader further said that Bhagwant Man's government should have called for an all-party meeting and that the Aam Aadmi Party lacks experience in running the government. Vice President and Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, M. Venkaiah Naidu, has appealed to all members of Parliament to be punctual, regular and attentive and also participate in proceedings of the House. He urged the members to follow discipline, having dedication and also raise the level of debating in the House. Naidu expressed his view on the occasion of Rajya Sabha Day celebration, which is organised in Parliament. The BJP's Delhi unit chief Adesh Gupta has demanded that the North Delhi Municipal Corporation rename the existing roads named after Mughal emperors in Lutyens, Delhi with various Indian personalities. BJP chief also wrote to the corporation and demanded the renaming of Tughlaq Road as Guru Gobind Singh Road, Akbar Road as Maharana Pratap Road, Aurangzeb Lane as Dr. APJ Kalam Lane and Shah Jahan Road as General Bipin Rawat Road. As the Trinamool Congress gears up to expand its footprint in the northeastern states, the party's National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee will be visiting Assam today. As a part of his visit, he will also inaugurate a new state office of the party in Guwahati and further meet with leaders of northeast state units during its organizational meetings. And there's a red alert that's been issued in multiple cities of Andhra Pradesh as Cyclone Asani approaches.
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇതാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
और मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിലെ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇയാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. You see on your screen right now are of the Kedarnath Yatra that is being held. Now do remember that there is an increased security presence around, and what we have learned is of course that various agencies that have been put in charge of conducting the Kedarnath Yatra peacefully and successfully have made sure that there are QRTs that are deployed along the route of the Kedarnath Yatra. Now just yesterday about 80,000 Yatris in fact had made the visit to the sacred cave, and pictures on your screen of course are of the Kedarnath Yatra, that the pilgrimage that is held annually. Of course you can see thousands of those pilgrims who are queuing up for the sacred pilgrimage. Now, after investigations revealed a Khalistan hand in the Mohali blast, demands are being made that the US and Canada rein in and act against terrorist organization, the SFJ, and terrorist Pannu. The latest intel inputs spill the beans on a common ISI plot to target India.
A day after an explosion at the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters, intelligence agencies have warned of a big plot to destabilize peace in the country. There are reports that the Mohali police are investigating the role of Sikhs for Justice hand in the attack after a voice clip of terrorist and SFJ founder Gurpatwant Singh Pannu claiming responsibility surfaced. Terrorist Pannu, now in the United States, had also claimed responsibility for raising Khalistani flags at Dharamshala Assembly Complex. But it all connects to a much more complex terror plot against India. According to intel sources, the ISI and the Khalistani terrorists have come together in a mega K2 plot against India. This means that Pakistan's ISI is working round the clock to destabilize peace not just in Kashmir, but in Punjab as well. ISI has reactivated its Kashmir Khalistan desk to bring pro-Khalistan and terrorists in Kashmir at a common platform with intention to exploit sentiments in Punjab and Kashmir. According to intel sources, a Pakistani intelligence operative using pseudonym Amar Khalistani is actively making efforts to cultivate new recruits through a Facebook ID to plan terrorist activities in India. Amarnath Yatra is reportedly managing multiple Facebook pages under the name of Azad Khalistan and Kashmir. It has also been learned that ISI is planning to establish a new outfit, namely Lashkar-e-Khalsa, to recruit Afghan nationals for terrorist activities in India, especially Jammu and Kashmir. The Intelligence Bureau has warned other concerned intelligence agencies and state police over the formation of ISI's brainchild, the Lashkar-e-Khalsa, which is active on social media to recruit people. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now on the phone line with me is Major General K.K. Sinha. Major General Sinha, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic. Major General Sinha, now there has been, of course, a great deal of demand in India that the US as well as Canada, which essentially house the SFJ and its leaders, take action against these groups because they are being held responsible for instigating terror in the Punjab again.
Good morning. Absolutely. See, when the Sikh for Justice and referendum 2020 came, it was a brainchild of ISI, Pakistan, and they made the epicenter both in America and Canada and uncertain part of the European countries. You see the mastermind or the face of this Gurpat Singh Pannu, who resides over there, and he is now controlling. And he has made the plan. That is the time it was taken, probably, that it is just in the social media and through the media they are trying to gain some foothold in these areas. But now it is very clear. The K2 plan, what the Pakistan ISI did it, that was the Khalistan and Kashmir. They wanted to join this as a one threat to India. And that time it was taken that probably after the application of Article 370, we were able to break that link of the K2 plan.
All right, Major General Sinha, appreciate your speaking to us. Thank you for joining us. You are with Republic, and still to come, tensions escalate in Rajasthan after a man was murdered in Bhilwara district. A new videos emerged showing hotel of the Rajapakses allegedly set on fire.
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है, प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे, कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇതാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World this morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത് ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചു.
Here's a look at the headlines. Republic detailed investigation reveals the ISI plot to use pro-Khalistan network to target India. Terrorist Yasin Malik pleads guilty, is charged for acts of terror in Kashmir under multiple sections of the UAPA. Raj Thackeray warns Uddhav, questions police action against the MNS, says, do not test my patience. The Gyan Vapi mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. Muslim groups object to the entry of the plaintiff. Tensions escalate in Rajasthan after a man was murdered in Bhilwara district. New videos emerged showing hotel of the Rajapaksas allegedly set on fire. Well, news just coming in. In fact, we are learning that in the Jharkhand case, the ED is conducting raids at various places of interest in Kolkata. Now, top Kolkata-based businessman Abhijit Sen is currently being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. So, this, of course, relates to the Jharkhand corruption case. We understand that the ED is conducting raids even as we speak at various locations in Kolkata. Now, even as this happens, do remember that Pooja Singhal, the IS officer who is being named in the ED charge sheet, has been questioned by the agencies for over 9 hours yesterday, and what we understand is that the questioning will continue. There are also details that we are getting about this investigation that is being conducted by the ED. The Jharkhand Mining and Industry Secretary Pooja Singhal, of course, has been in the news since last Friday when the ED raided properties linked to her and her family members in connection with a 5-year-old money laundering case. I think joining us live right now is Anirban. His report. All right, I think we've got Kishale joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, good morning. Give us more details on these raids that are currently being conducted at various locations in Kolkata.
As you mentioned, Abhijit Sen is a quite popular, he's a quite rich businessman. He was dealing with constructions, and what we are getting to know is there are 5 offices and his residence in Kolkata where currently Enforcement Directorate is being raiding these offices and his residence in Kolkata. And what we are getting to know is that the Enforcement Directorate officers are currently inside his residence, and we have the visuals of those raids. Right now in Kolkata, 5 locations are being raided by Enforcement Directorate, which includes his residence and his offices. Primarily what we got to know is that in Jharkhand, Ranchi, he had his office from where he started his business, and then he expanded, and also in Kolkata he has his influence among the political sector, among the political leaders. There are also names of several political leaders which are being checked by the Enforcement Directorate officers. But right now his construction company, which is named as Abhijita, that construction company is under the lens of the Enforcement Directorate, and they are raiding the office of that particular construction company called Abhijita, which is being owned by this person called Abhijit Sen. He has his headquarters or the primary office, main office in Jharkhand, Ranchi, but in Kolkata he has his branches and his residences, several houses which are being raided, and we have exclusive visuals of those raids inside the residence of this person.
All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, these visuals that we're talking about are on the right-hand side of your screen right now. Of course, as you can see, these are pictures that are coming to you from Kolkata. They are of the raids that are being conducted by the ED. Now, also, Kishale, give us more details as to the linkages that have been drawn to the Jharkhand corruption case.
Exactly. What we are getting to know is that these 5 places, which are mainly in South City, which is a very posh area in Kolkata, Jodhpur Park, which is again a posh area in Kolkata, Deshopriyo Park, and in Salt Lake, in these several offices, there were the Enforcement Directorate officers found direct linkages to the case you just now mentioned, where there are papers of these cases and also unaccounted money which were being stored in these offices. So the Enforcement Directorate officers are trying to understand that exactly how this unaccounted money came from, and whether it came from Jharkhand, whether it came from what was the source of this money. Also, what we are getting to know is that there are linkages of politicians from both Jharkhand and Kolkata who were related to this businessman, who tried to promote this businessman, Abhijit Sen, who rose to his richness quite recently, and then he tried to expand his business beyond Jharkhand and in Kolkata and in several other states. What we are getting to know from Enforcement Directorate officers are the basic information is that there are unaccounted money in his offices and there are papers that can be questioned, and the Enforcement Directorate officers are raiding these offices and trying to get hold of more information, and we are keeping a track on this case.
All right, Kishale, thank you for joining us. Moving on, Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to terror charges. He pleaded guilty to all charges, including those under the stringent Unlawful Activities Prevention Act before a Delhi court in a case related to alleged terrorism and secessionist activities that disturbed the valley in 2017.
Six years after being booked under the UAPA, separatist leader and JKLF founder Mohammad Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty before a Delhi court.
This is crucial because the separatist leader has been charged and stated that there was a conspiracy to destabilize at a time when in 1990 he began his nefarious activities. It's taken 32 years for justice to happen. It's taken 32 years for Yasin Malik to now plead guilty. But what is also to be seen is what the Special Judge Praveen Singh had stated while saying that the charges against him are made out. They said the charges, the masterminds were in Pakistan. They were the ones holding the keys, and the conspirators and the conspiracy was hatched with these people in India.
By admitting to the charges, Yasin Malik now faces life imprisonment. Along with Yasin Malik, charges have also been framed against Bitta Karate, Shabir Shah and Masrat Alam, while Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist Hafiz Saeed and Hizbul Mujahideen chief Syed Salahuddin are declared proclaimed offenders in the case. While the admission does come as a surprise, the silence of politicians who were on the streets in 2019 during Yasin Malik's arrest is surely deafening. The lobby, which propped up Yasin Malik as a youth icon and a peacenik despite him allegedly killing Indian Air Force officers and sharing a dais with the 2008 Mumbai terror attack mastermind Hafiz Saeed, has now gone silent. The quantum of the sentence will be decided by Special Judge Praveen Singh after the hearing of the arguments on 19th of May. But the lobby and the politicians who backed Yasin Malik have a lot of introspection to do. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, let's go across to Zeenath, who's reporting on this. Zeenath, good morning. Now, Zeenath, Malik reportedly, of course, told the court that he was not contested the charges that were leveled against him under the UAPA. Now, what we understand is that the maximum prison term for this could perhaps be life imprisonment. Now, give us more details.
See, this is the news that has come in from Delhi, where the Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty as far as the charges related to terrorism and the succession activities in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, particularly in the year 2017 that witnessed a lot of disturbance in the Kashmir Valley and other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir, then the erstwhile state. Meanwhile, in this case, the charges has been framed against the APSC, the Joint Resistance Leadership that they used to call it sometime earlier, like Yasin Malik, Shabir Shah, Naeem Akhtar, and similarly Raja Mahiuddin and other separatist leaders, though they were picked up by the NIA in the NIA raids in 2017. The charges were framed. In fact, Engineer Rashid, who was earlier the MLA from the North Kashmir, his charges too have been framed. And now we are also seeing that the Malik has accepted all that crimes that he had done, and also that all these crimes come under UAPA of section 16, 17, 18 and 20. Now the special judge will be hearing the case again, and there it will be decided the quantum of punishment that will be given to Yasin Malik. Maximum punishment is life imprisonment, although as per the court and the NIA, they were investigating this case where it has been stated that Malik has established a concrete structure to get the funds from across the world, for which he used to call the freedom struggle for Jammu and Kashmir. And also the Pakistan and the spy agencies like ISI were part of the terror funding. They used to generate money, and then that money would pump into the agitation, the bloodshed in the Kashmir Valley that 2017 witness. Needs to be seen that whether the Malik will be given a life imprisonment or he'll be hanged. Needs to be seen that what the court will decide, because court is yet to decide as far as the quantum of punishment as far as the chief of Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, Yasin Malik, is concerned.
All right, Zeenat reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. In fact, we've also got a reaction that came in from Kavinder Gupta earlier. Let's listen to that. All right, we're just going to play out that reaction for our viewers in just a bit. But here's the latest that we have on this. Yasin Malik, of course, has pleaded guilty to all charges that have been laid against him. Now, some of these charges, of course, come under the very, very stringent UAPA. And what we understand is that he pled guilty before a Delhi court. Let's listen into what Kavinder Gupta has said.
इस प्रकार से यासिन मलिक ने सबको कबूल किया है। ये पहले भी हो सकता था, लेकिन जो पुरानी सरकारें इनको पूरा प्रोटोकॉल दे करके रखती थी, इन पर कभी हाथ डाला ही नहीं गया। पिछले 35-40 साल से जो एक पीढ़ी तबाह हुई है कश्मीर में, उसका कारण यही लोग रहे। आज भारत सरकार ने जो एक इनिशिएटिव लिया है, तो स्वीकार करना तो स्वाभाविक बात थी। ये कोई जो इन पर केस हैं, इसके अलावा बहुत से अपहरण, बहुत से आतंक इन्होंने फैलाया है और कितने ही लोगों को तैयार किया है और पाकिस्तान के एजेंडे पर पैसा लेकर के काम करते रहे। अब ये सहने योग्य नहीं है, ये माफ़ी के हकदार नहीं है। ये उन गुनाहों की सज़ा इनको मिलनी ही चाहिए ताकि आइंदा इस प्रकार से कोई हरकत ना हो।
Well, news in brief now. Karnataka government has banned the use of loudspeakers between 10 at night and 6 in the morning amid a raging debate over loudspeakers. The Karnataka government has said that a loudspeaker or a public address system shall not be used except after obtaining written permission from the designated authorities. Congress leader Pratap Singh Bajwa has alleged that the hands of foreign forces are behind the Mohali attack, while adding that Central Probe Agency should investigate the attack. The Congress leader further has said that a Bhagwant Mann government should have called for an all-party meeting and that the Aam Aadmi Party lacks experience in running a government in a border state. Vice President and Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, M. Venkaiah Naidu, has appealed to all members of Parliament to be punctual, regular and attentive and also participate in all proceedings of the House. He urged members to follow discipline and have dedication and also raise the level of debate, according to a press release. Naidu expressed his view on the occasion of Rajya Sabha Day. The BJP's Delhi unit chief Adesh Gupta has demanded that the North Delhi Municipal Corporation rename existing roads named after Mughal emperors in Lutyens, Delhi. With various Indian personalities, the BJP Delhi chief wrote to the corporation and demanded renaming of Tughlaq Road as Guru Gobind Singh Road, Akbar Road as the Maharana Pratap Road, Aurangzeb Lane as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Lane, Shah Jahan Road as General Bipin Rawat Road. As Trinamool Congress gears up to expand its footprint in Northeast, the party's National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee will be visiting Assam today. As a part of this visit, he will also inaugurate a new state office of the party in Guwahati and meet with leaders of Northeastern state units during organizational meetings. You are watching Republic TV, and on the other side, more news coming your way, including Republic's detailed investigation reveals the ISI plot to use pro-Khalistan network to target India.
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे, कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे, कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി നേരെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇതാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day. Well, news is coming in. The PDP President Mehbooba Mufti has just tweeted. Now, in that particular tweet, she says, and I'm quoting what she said, she says, what happened in Sri Lanka should serve as a wake-up call. Since 2014, India is being whipped into communal frenzy and imagined fears. It is treading the same path of hyper-nationalism and religious majoritarianism, at all at the cost of disrupting social cohesion and economic security. So that is the tweet that's coming in from Mehbooba Mufti, the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. So Zeenat is on the phone line with us. Zeenat, that's a cryptic tweet that's coming in from Mehbooba Mufti. She says that what happened in Sri Lanka should serve as a wake-up call for India.
Oh, no, we have been seeing these political leaders
have been making such kind of statements to be in news or to instigate violence on ground. This is not the first time when Mehbooba has reacted or given her reaction on something where we try to save the lives or try to put law and order in place. But at the same time, we are yet to see Ms. Mufti reacting to Yasin Malik's statement. We have been seeing when she was the chief minister or her father was the chief minister, lot many favors orders had gone to the separatist leaders, including Yasin Malik. Mehbooba Mufti accommodated also the grandson of Saeed Ali Shah Gilani when she was the chief minister in 2016, and now the boy lost his job after his involvement was found in many terror-related activities. So Miss Mufti should also tweet about her favors to the separatist leaders when now the Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty when it comes to the successionist activities or the terrorism-related activities in 2017 when Mehbooba Mufti and she was the chief minister and also the separatists were having a good time during her tenure.
Absolutely. That's a question, obviously, that Mehbooba Mufti needs to answer as to her silence on what's happened as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. Just to tell our viewers that he had pleaded guilty yesterday in a Delhi court to various charges of secessionism in 2017. Also, Zeenat, if I could come back to you. Zeenat, is there a feeling perhaps that tweets like this one that Mehbooba Mufti continues to make are for political relevance?
See, when we see the political leaders tweeting like this, whether it is Mehbooba or some other political leader, it seems that they're more into news making. They want to be themselves, they want to keep themselves alive as far as the news business is concerned, because the kind of tweet she has made, she should also react, because yesterday Yasin pleaded guilt before the court that yes, he was the part of all terror related activities due to which Kashmir witnessed lot of bloodshed in 2017. Miss Mufti needs to answer that she was also the chief minister in 2017.
Absolutely. Zeenat, stay with us. I'm going to come back to you. On the phone line with me is RP Singh from the BJP. RP Singh, what do you make of this tweet that's coming in from Mehbooba Mufti? She's compared India to Sri Lanka, saying that India should perhaps be learning lessons of from what's happening in Sri Lanka. Your comments?
Well, let's divide this into two parts. One is that economical part. India's economic parameters are quite strong and good. Our results are good. Our growth trajectory is good. So, as for the economic part is concerned, the Prime Minister Modi and Government of India are doing quite well. And it's not the Indian companies are claiming so. IMF and all other big agencies, international agencies, are saying so. As for other reasons, she's talking about. She's trying to threaten probably that if you don't bend or if you don't do things as per their norm or don't keep appeasing certain committee, then the committee will revolt. India will be governed by the law or constitution laid by Dr. Ambedkar, not by whims and fancies of individuals or whims and fancies of communities or individual or some particular segment of religion.
Right, Mr. Singh, thank you for joining us. On the phone line also with us is Mr. Nirmal Singh. He's the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Nirmal Singh, good morning. Mr. Singh, how do you react to this very cryptic tweet that has come in from Mehbooba Mufti? Now, many will wonder why she's not commented on Yasin Malik, who, of course, yesterday has pleaded guilty to several charges of terrorism and secessionism pertaining to the 2017 period.
मैं महबूबा से पूछना चाहूंगा कि ये आपकी बुखलाहट है। 2014-15 में जब हमारे साथ उन्होंने अलायंस किया था, तब तो भारत बहुत अच्छा लगता था। तब नरेंद्र भाई मोदी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत अच्छे लगते थे। 3 साल आपने सरकार बनाई और इतना बड़ा पैकेज जम्मू कश्मीर को मिला। तब आप कहती थी कि पत्थरबाजों को क्या आप आर्मी कैंप में क्या टॉफी लेने के लिए गए थे? आज 3 साल में जब केंद्र ने थोड़ी सख्ती करना शुरू की है, आपका अलगाववादी एजेंडे के ऊपर अंकुश लगाया है, टेररिज्म के ऊपर अंकुश लगाया है, तो आपको लग रहा है कि जो भारत जो है श्रीलंका बन जाएगा? ये कौन सी राजनीति है? अगर इस प्रकार की राजनीति करोगे, इस प्रकार से देशद्रोह की बातें करोगे, तो आप पर भी एक्शन होंगे। जिस तरीके से आपको जेल में डाला गया, आने वाले वक्त में जो है बिल्कुल भी कोई भी व्यक्ति है जो देश को तोड़ना चाहेगा, वो जम्मू कश्मीर में अफरा तफरी जिहाद के नाम पर डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट सपोर्ट करेगा पाकिस्तान की टेररिज्म की, उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है ये।
Right. Mr. Singh, thank you for joining us. Also on the phone line with me is Major General G.D. Bakshi. Major General Bakshi, good morning. Major General Bakshi, how do you see this tweet that's coming in from Mehbooba Mufti? Now, obviously, the BJP and several other political parties questioning her silence on Yasin Malik, because Yasin Malik yesterday pleaded guilty to charges of terrorism. But today we see Mehbooba Mufti comparing India to Sri Lanka.
Look, it's a bizarre statement, and if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. The simple fact is that she was promising rivers of blood और कि भारत के झंडे को कंधा देने के लिए कोई नहीं मिलेगा. What happened? Nothing. Zilch. Zero. The people are happy. There is peace. There is tranquility. There is trade. There is tourism. The tourists are coming in droves to Jammu and Kashmir. And all her talk of rivers of blood, she can fold it up and put it in the dustbin. And now she is hoping that, she can, she would like to see revolts and rebellions and things like that. Well, she needs to visit a doctor. That's what I think.
Right, Major Al-Bakshi, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. Also on the phone line with me is Mr. Nalan Kohli. Mr. Kohli, good morning. What do you make of this cryptic sort of tweet that's coming in from Mehbooba Mufti? She's very quick to compare India and Sri Lanka, but the fact is that since yesterday, she has maintained a studied silence over the developments as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. What are your thoughts? Okay, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Nalan Kohli on that. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But this is the latest that we are getting. Of course, Mehbooba Mufti has tweeted and she has compared India to Sri Lanka, saying that if India does not change its path, it could end up like Sri Lanka. That's in a crux what she said. I'm going to quote what she said. She said, what happened in Sri Lanka should serve as a wake-up call. Since 2014, India is being whipped into communal frenzy and imagined fears. It is treading the same path of hyper-nationalism and religious majoritarianism, all at the cost of disrupting social cohesion and economic security. So those are reactions that we are getting from various political parties as well as analysts who seem to be questioning Mehbooba Mufti's silence as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. However, drawing a link to India-Lanka situation. Also, there are questions being raised as to why Mehbooba Mufti, of course, has chosen not to speak a single word against Yasin Malik, because Yasin Malik just yesterday, of course, has pleaded guilty to all those charges that have been laid out against him under the very stringent UAPA. Also, terrorism and secessionism charges that were laid out against him for 2017. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, we're getting more news, including the Gyan Vapi Mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. Muslim groups object to the entry of the plaintiff. Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे, कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിലെ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇയാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set.
Mehbooba Mufti is at it again, draws India-Sri Lanka comparison. Does nationalism irk Mehbooba? Republic detail investigation reveals ISI plot to use the pro-Khalistan network to target India. Terrorist Yasin Malik pleads guilty, charged for acts of terror in Kashmir under multiple sections of the UAPA. Raj Thackeray warns Uddhav, questions police action against the MNS, says do not test my patience. Gyanvapi Mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. Muslim groups object to entry of the plaintiff. Tensions escalate in Rajasthan after a man is murdered in Bhilwara district. New videos emerge showing hotel of Rajapaksas allegedly set on fire. And our top story of the hour, the Supreme Court has asked the centre to reply by today on whether the sedition law can be kept on hold and not register fresh cases until the colonial era law is reviewed. This comes a day after the government said it had decided to review sedition law and Supreme Court expressing concern about those already facing charges.
The Supreme Court took note of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention in the government's affidavit on the sedition law, seeking to know how long it would take to re-examine and reconsider the provisions of the law. However, the bench comprising Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana, Justice Surya Kant and Justice Hima Kohli continued hearing the pleas challenging the constitutional validity of the sedition law. Highlighting concerns that the age-old law is being misused in present times, the bench asked how the centre will address this issue. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for the centre, said that it requires reconsideration at the level of the executive as sovereignty and integrity of the nation are involved. The Solicitor General also informed the top court that the centre may consider to issue guidelines to the states on the same. Suggesting that the local police stations can be directed to keep the proceedings under Section 124A on hold, the Supreme Court asked the centre to complete the task of reconsideration of the sedition law in 3 to 4 months. While the decision to relook into the sedition law has been welcomed by many,
मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत बड़ा अन्याय है, ये लोकतंत्र के ये साथ के खिलवाड़ है। मतलब उन्होंने खाली अनाउंस किया था आंदोलन, और आंदोलन अनाउंस करने के बाद उन्होंने आंदोलन भी नहीं किया है और कुछ नहीं किया है। इतने पर राजद्रोह का गुनाह लगाना, ये इतनी बात अच्छी नहीं है।
There were a few skeptical voices as well.
मैंने कहा उससे
लोगों को सावधान रहने की ज़रूरत है। बीजेपी क्यों रंग बदल रही है इस मामले में, उससे सबके कान खड़े हो जाने चाहिए। देखना पड़ेगा कहीं ऐसा न हो कि इसके दुरुपयोग की कोई गुंजाइश भाजपा निकाल ले।
ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
Breaking news coming in now. Jharkhand Mining Secretary Pooja Singhal questioned for about 9 hours on Tuesday as she appeared before the Enforcement Directorate here along with her husband in a money laundering probe linked to alleged embezzlement of Manrega funds in Khunti and other charges. She has been called again today for a fresh round of grilling. The federal agency recorded the statement of the 2000 batch Indian Administrative Service, that's IS officer, under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act under the PMLA. Pooja Singhal quiz in the 18 crore Manrega fund embezzlement case in Khunti. Earlier, her CA Suman Kumar was also taken into custody for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Pooja Singhal is known to be a close aide of Chief Minister Hemant Soren. She is the Mining Secretary of Jharkhand. Large cash boxes were recovered from Pooja Singhal and her husband Abhishek Jha with amounts much beyond her salary. Also, the ED had stated earlier that illegal transactions amounting to lakhs of rupees were made by Pooja Singhal to her CA Suman Kumar. Now, Pooja Singhal has arrived at the ED office. Pooja Singhal is at the ED office. She was quizzed about the embezzlement of crores of rupees in the Manrega scam. Our correspondent joining us for the latest details. What can you tell us about this latest development? When we talk about Pooja Singhal, what information are you getting about how far investigations into the case have progressed?
Well, this is the second day that Pooja
Prakash,
Singhal
if you can hear me.
This is the second day that Pooja Singhal has been summoned to the ED office in Ranchi. Earlier, there were raids conducted on the 6th of May where crores of rupees amounting to 19 crore approximately were recovered from the residence of Pooja Singhal's CA, Suman Singh, who is already under judicial custody. And thereafter, her husband, Abhishek Jha, was also questioned for the money laundering. For his involvement in the Pulse Hospital, as far as the construction of Pulse Hospital is concerned, much beyond the sanctioned amount of loan of 22 crore rupees. And thereafter...
Well, Prakash, I have to interrupt you now because we are getting a breaking story. News breaking here on Republic TV. Well, one person who was involved in the Khalistan flag provocation was arrested just a few hours ago. This pertains to the case where Khalistan flags were erected outside the Himachal Vidhan Sabha a few days ago. One person has been arrested in the case. Arrested in the Himachal flag provocation case. Khalistani flags were erected outside the Himachal Pradesh Vidhan Sabha just a few days ago. And we have reactions coming in right now. Let's listen in.
जहां जो पन्नू की बातें आती हैं वो उनका कोई बहुत ज़्यादा कोई गंभीरता से लेता भी नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ घटनाएं घटित हो रही हैं जो चिंता का विषय है। और उस दृष्टि से मैं ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में भी इस प्रकार की एक घटना विधानसभा में खालिस्तान के झंडे लगा करके वहाँ पर वो वॉल पे लिख करके उस तरह से प्रयत्न किया था। और मैं आपके साथ पहली बार ये शेयर कर रहा हूँ, उनमें से जो 2 लोग थे जो सारी घटना को अंजाम देने वाले वहाँ पर पहुँचे थे, उनमें से आज ही 1 घंटे पहले 1.5 घंटे पहले एक को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया हूँ। जहाँ जो पन्नू की बातें आती हैं वो उनका कोई बहुत ज़्यादा कोई गंभीरता से लेता भी नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ घटनाएं घटित हो रही हैं जो चिंता का विषय है। और उस दृष्टि से मैं ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में भी इस प्रकार की एक घटना विधानसभा में खालिस्तान के झंडे लगा करके वहाँ पर वो वॉल पे लिख करके उस तरह से प्रयत्न किया था। और मैं आपके साथ पहली बार ये शेयर कर रहा हूँ, उनमें से जो 2 लोग थे जो सारी घटना को अंजाम देने वाले वहाँ पर पहुँचे थे, उनमें से आज ही 1 घंटे पहले 1.5 घंटे पहले एक को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया।
So Himachal flag provocation case, one person has been arrested. Khalistani flags were erected outside the Vidhan Sabha in Himachal Pradesh a few days ago, and Khalistani terror outfit SFJ had said earlier that Khalistani flags were placed on the gates of the Himachal Pradesh Assembly and were sent through its activists. And now for more national stories making headlines across India, BJP National President JP Nadda heavily criticizes the Rajasthan government over recent communal clashes and compares the Chief Minister to Roman Emperor Nero, questioning why Ashok Gehlot did not visit his home district of Jodhpur, where violence occurred before Eid. Congress leader Pratap Singh Bajwa alleges the hands of foreign forces are behind the Mohali attack, while adding that the Central Probe Agency should investigate the attack. The Congress leader further said that the Bhagwant Mann government should have called an all-party meeting and the Aam Aadmi Party lacks experience in running government. Vice President, Chairman of Rajya Sabha Venkaiah Naidu appeals to all members of Parliament to be punctual, regular and attentive, and also participate in all proceedings of the House. Urges members to follow discipline, have dedication and also raise the level of debate, says a press release. Naidu expressed his view on the occasion of the Rajya Sabha Day celebrations, which are being organized in Parliament today. Bharatiya Janata Party Delhi Unit Chief Adesh Gupta demands the North Delhi Municipal Corporation rename existing roads named after Mughal emperors in Lutyens, Delhi, with various Indian personalities. BJP Delhi Chief writes to corporation and demands to rename Tughlaq Road as Guru Gobind Singh Road, Akbar Road as Maharana Pratap Road, Aurangzeb Lane as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Lane, and Shah Jahan Road as General Bipin Rawat Road. As the Trinamool Congress gears up to expand its footprint in northeastern states, party's National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, who is visiting Assam today. As part of his visit, will also inaugurate a new state office of the party in Guwahati, further meet with leaders of northeast state units during its organizational meetings. And breaking news, BJP President JP Nadda has attacked Gehlot on belittling the violence in Rajasthan. The violence that
तो अच्छा नहीं लगता, लेकिन अखबार खोलो तो कभी करौली, अखबार खोलो तो कभी जोधपुर, अखबार खोलो तो कभी जयपुर, अखबार खोलो तो कोई नया शहर उत्तर प्रदेश राजस्थान का। और देखिए, हम एक तरफ बता रहे हैं कि हमारी सरकार रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और रिस्पॉन्सिव, और दूसरी तरफ आप देखिए, जिस दिन जोधपुर में लोग सड़कों पर थे, उस दिन गहलोत साहब अपना जन्मदिन मना रहे थे जयपुर। सच्चाई है कि नहीं है? सच्ची बात है कि नहीं है? तो जब रोम जल रहा था तो न्यूरो बांसुरी बजा रहा। ये स्थिति ला करके खड़ी। राजस्थान की बात करूं तो अच्छा नहीं लगता, लेकिन अखबार खोलो तो कभी करौली, अखबार खोलो तो कभी जोधपुर, अखबार खोलो तो कभी जयपुर, अखबार खोलो तो कोई नया शहर उत्तर प्रदेश राजस्थान का। और देखिए, हम एक तरफ बता रहे हैं कि हमारी सरकार रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और रिस्पॉन्सिव, और दूसरी तरफ आप देखिए, जिस दिन जोधपुर में लोग सड़कों पर थे, उस दिन गहलोत साहब अपना जन्मदिन मना रहे थे जयपुर। सच्चाई है कि नहीं है? सच्ची बात है कि नहीं है? तो जब रोम चल रहा था तो न्यूरो बांसुरी बजा रहा। ये स्थिति ला करके।
So JP Nadda lambasting Gehlot for trivializing the violence that took place around Eid in Jodhpur, his home state, his home district rather, and Chief Minister Gehlot had failed to visit Jodhpur despite violence breaking out, clashes between various communities, curfew having to be imposed there in Jodhpur just around Eid. And it's time now for a short break. Coming up in a short while, Republic detailed investigation reveals the ISI plot to use the pro-Khalistan network to target India. And terrorist Yasin Malik pleads guilty, charged for acts of terror in Kashmir under multiple sections of the UAPA.
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറ. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए, एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए, बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए, इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे, कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറ. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down.
Welcome back to Live and Breaking, and as we're hearing, the sedition hearing is currently underway in the Supreme Court. A 3-judge bench comprising Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana and Justices Surya Kant and Hima Kohli has said that petitioners have raised the contention that if we grant adjournment, how to protect the interests of people who are already booked under Section 124A, as well as in future if this provision can be kept in abeyance for further time till the reconsideration takes place. Remember, the Solicitor General had sought some time to get instructions. So the sedition hearing begins. And even as the sedition case hearing gets underway, after investigations reveal a Khalistani hand in the Mohali blast, demands are being made that the United States and Canada rein in and act against terror organization SFJ and terrorist Pannu. The latest intel inputs spill the beans on a common ISI plot to target India.
A day after an explosion at the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters, intelligence agencies have warned of a big plot to destabilize peace in the country. There are reports that the Mohali police are investigating the role of Sikhs for Justice hand in the attack after a voice clip of terrorist and SFJ founder Gurpatwant Singh Pannu claiming responsibility surfaced. Terrorist Pannu, now in the United States, had also claimed responsibility for raising Khalistani flags at Dharamshala Assembly Complex. But it all connects to a much more complex terror plot against India. According to intel sources, the ISI and the Khalistani terrorists have come together in a mega K2 plot against India. This means that Pakistan's ISI is working round the clock to destabilize peace not just in Kashmir, but in Punjab as well. ISI has reactivated its Kashmir Khalistan desk to bring pro-Khalistan and terrorists in Kashmir at a common platform with intention to exploit sentiments in Punjab and Kashmir. According to intel sources, a Pakistani intelligence operative using pseudonym Amar Khalistani is actively making efforts to cultivate new recruits through a Facebook ID to plan terrorist activities in India. Amar Khalistani is reportedly managing multiple Facebook pages under the name of Azad Khalistan and Kashmir. It has also been learned that ISI is planning to establish a new outfit, namely Lashkar-e-Khalsa, to recruit Afghan nationals for terrorist activities in India, especially Jammu and Kashmir. The Intelligence Bureau has warned other concerned intelligence agencies and state police over the formation of ISI's brainchild, the Lashkar-e-Khalsa, which is active on social media to recruit people. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And international stories of the hour now. President Joe Biden and Italian Premier Mario Draghi met in the Oval Office for a visit intended to showcase Allied unity against the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The meeting also provided a window into divergent approaches to the conflict. The US House emphatically approved a fresh $40 billion Ukraine aid package. The package would give Ukraine additional military, economic and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine to fight against the Russian invasion. Several civilians killed in the Kharkiv region attempting to evacuate from a frontline village. Kharkiv Regional Prosecutor's Office says in a statement, at least 4 people were killed when a convoy of 15 cars tried to evacuate to Kharkiv. Ukrainian demnars detonated unexploded devices in the Donetsk region after the town suffered an attack from the Russian forces this week. The special unit has detonated multiple bombs in the area with the help of residents who spotted possible locations. Death toll from last week's explosion at a historic hotel in downtown Havana claimed 42 after 2 more bodies were recovered from the rubble. As many as 96 were injured in the blast at the 5-star Saratoga Hotel. And now moving on to news from Sri Lanka. Protests in Sri Lanka continue, and several angry protesters continue to voice their anger against the Sri Lanka government for leading the country into such a deep and severe economic crisis.
Defying a nationwide curfew in Sri Lanka, hundreds of protesters continue to chant slogans against the government. Violent clashes broke out after the resignation of the Prime Minister, who was blamed along with his brother, the President, for leading the country into its worst economic crisis in decades. Protesters swarmed the entrance to President Gotabaya's Rajapaksa's office in the capital Colombo for the 32nd day to demand that he follow his brother's footsteps and quit. The site outside Rajapaksa's office had seen sustained crowds of thousands for weeks, but dropped to hundreds due to a strict curfew following clashes that left 5 dead. A government decree issued recently confirmed the resignation of Mahinda Rajapaksa, the Prime Minister. The anti-government protesters continued the demonstrations and shouted slogans for the president to resign and rebuild the tents damaged. Agency report, Republic TV.
And coming up after a very short break, Mehbooba Mufti is at it again, draws India-Sri Lanka comparison. Does nationalism irk Mehbooba? Also coming up, terrorist Yasin Malik pleads guilty, charged for acts of terror in Kashmir under multiple sections of the UAPA.
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഈ മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇതാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes. At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി മേലെ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
Mehbooba Mufti is at it again, draws India-Sri Lanka comparison. Does nationalism irk Mehbooba? Yasin Malik pleads guilty. Is charged for acts of terror in Kashmir under multiple sections of UAPA. The Gyan Vapi mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. The Muslim groups object to entry of the plaintiff. A hearing on the sedition case is currently underway in the Supreme Court. Republic TV's detailed investigation reveals the ISI plot to use pro-Khalistan network to target India. Raj Thackeray warns Uddhav Thackeray, questions police action against the MNS, says, do not test my patience. Tensions escalate in Rajasthan after a man is murdered in Bhilwara. And new videos emerge showing the hotel of the Rajapakses allegedly set on fire. Well, news just coming in, we are learning that arms and ammunition have been recovered from the Ramban district of Jammu and Kashmir. The recovery of arms and ammunition is being made from Sambar district of Ramban. 179, that's the total ammunition that has been recovered. There are, of course, various types of ammunition, including Chinese-made pistols, a wireless set, binoculars, and grenades that have been recovered. Now, this is very, very crucial because this comes right out of the Amarnath Yatra. Just look at the pictures that you have on your screens right now. That, of course, is the amount of ammunition and arms that have been recovered. Now, obviously, there are various concerns regarding security of the Amarnath Yatra. We understand that QRTs have already been set up at various locations, and the police as well as security forces are monitoring the situation very closely. Well, a big breakthrough has taken place in the Mohali blast investigation. According to police sources in the Mohali blast case, the Punjab police is close to reaching the bottom of the matter soon. More than 15 people have been detained for questioning, and sources have also added that the police have arrested a person from Faridkot who is believed to be a resident of Taran. Now, these are details that are just emerging. We are learning that sources tell Republic TV that the RPG was actually sent from Pakistan. This, of course, is being seen as the biggest lead that's coming in terms of the investigation into this particular case. Now, what we are also being told is that one person has been arrested. He's believed to be a resident of Taran and he was arrested in Faridkot. Let's go across to Amit Chaudhary, who is reporting on this from Mohali. Amit Chaudhary, give us more details as to the investigation. Now, we understand that one person has been arrested from Faridkot in this case.
देखिए, फिलहाल मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, फरीदकोट का रहने वाला है, नाम इसका निशान सिंह है और इसका काम जो है वो नशे का तस्कर माना जा रहा है और बब्बर खालसा का जो आतंकी हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा है उससे जुड़े होने का शक है और ये जो ब्लास्ट मोहाली में हुआ है इसी मामले में इसकी गिरफ्तारी हुई थी, इसको अमृतसर से उठाया गया था। इसके अलावा देखिए, हमारे पास ये भी खबर आ रही है कि तरन तारण से भी 2 और लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है। ये ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ है और ये भी जो है हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा से जुड़े हुए हैं। और मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, शुरुआती तौर पर ये सब के सब जो हैं ये तस्कर ड्रग्स के जो तस्कर हैं, ड्रग्स माफिया माने जाते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए इसका पूरा मोडस ऑपरेंडी समझिए। आईएसआई जो है वो हिंदुस्तान में ड्रग्स भेजता है, ड्रग्स के माध्यम से ये लोग पैसा कमाते हैं और इसका इस्तेमाल ये लोग करते हैं स्लीपर सेल बनाने के लिए, अपना नेटवर्क मजबूत करने के लिए, उन तक हथियार पहुंचाने के लिए। अभी जो हमारे पास जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही है, जो खुफिया रिपोर्ट हमारे हाथ लगी है उसकी बात माने तो ये जो आरपीजी जो है ये पाकिस्तान से जो है वो हिंदुस्तान में भेजा गया था। शक ये है कि ड्रोन के माध्यम से इसको पंजाब की जमीन पर उतारा गया। इसका वजन जो करीब 7 किलो है और एक ड्रोन से जो है 20 किलो तक का जो सामान है वो उतारा जाता है। यानी कि ड्रोन का इस्तेमाल नशे ड्रग्स को हिंदुस्तान में भेजने के लिए किया जा रहा है, हथियार को भेजने के लिए किया जा रहा है और साथ ही में जो विस्फोटक है उसको भी भेजा जा रहा है। विस्फोटक की अलग अलग खेप जो मिली थी, नॉर्दर्न इंडिया में मिली, पंजाब में मिली, हरियाणा में मिली, तो ये सब जो है ये सब पंजाब के रास्ते से पाकिस्तान के रास्ते से पंजाब भेजी जा रही है। मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहूँगा, जो है खालसा को लेकर के एक आतंकी जो है वो संगठन तैयार किया जा रहा है जिसका नाम है लश्कर खालसा और ये आतंकी संगठन जो है आईएसआई ने तैयार किया है और इसका काम जो है पाकिस्तान से हिंदुस्तान के अंदर स्पेशली जो कश्मीर का हिस्सा जो है और साथ ही में जो पंजाब है वहाँ पर जो है आतंकवादी गतिविधियों को अंजाम देना, ये इसका मकसद है। और इस ग्रुप में बताया जा रहा है कि अफगानिस्तान के जो आतंकी हैं, जो तालिबानी आतंकी हैं, उनको भी सम्मिलित किया गया है, उनको जोड़ा गया है, क्योंकि देखिए आरपीजी जो है बेहद आधुनिक हथियार है और इन हथियार को चलाने की जो ट्रेनिंग है वो अफगानी आतंकवादियों ने दिया है। यानी कि जो ये गुट है, जो नया गुट बनाया गया लश्कर खालसा, ये जो है ये हेल्प ले रहा है अफगानिस्तानी आतंकवादियों की। अब पूरे के पूरे इस मामले को कहीं ना कहीं छानबीन करने की कोशिश की जा रही है और ज़्यादा लोगों की अगले कुछ दिनों में गिरफ्तारी हो सकती है। यानी कि किस तरीके से नशे के कारोबार की आड़ में अब ये हथियारों की जो तस्करी है और विस्फोटक हिंदुस्तान में पहुँचाने की जो गतिविधियाँ हैं वो तेज़ हो गई है। और मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरीके की पिछले कुछ दिनों में जो चीज़ें हुई हैं, आतंकी जो साजिशें जो बेनकाब हुई हैं, उससे ये पता लग रहा है कि हिंदुस्तान के अलग अलग जगहों पर विस्फोटकों को पहुंचाने की जो है वो लगातार कोशिशें की जा रही है फेसबुक के माध्यम से। क्योंकि देखिए अमर खालिस्तानी एक हैंडलर है जो आईएसआई का बताया जा रहा है और ये फेसबुक पर आज़ाद खालिस्तान और आज़ाद कश्मीर के नाम से फेसबुक पर से बहुत सारे पेजेस बना रखे हैं और इस पेजेस के माध्यम से पंजाब और कश्मीर के युवाओं को लगातार भड़का रहा है, बरगला रहा है और स्लीपर सेल को अपने मजबूत करने में यहाँ पर लगा हुआ है। जी।
All right, so Amit Chaudhary bringing us the details as well as the modus operandi of what has taken place. Now, what we are understanding is that there have been 2 people who were arrested from Taran and there is 1 arrest, I think, that's been made from Faridkot. Amit, if you could confirm for us that how many people in all have been arrested in this particular case? Now, as you're pointing out, of course, there seems to be not just a Pakistan link but also an Afghan connection to this?
बिल्कुल, देखिए मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा करीब 15 के लोग जो हैं, 15 ऐसे लोग हैं जिन हिरासत में लेकर के लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है। एनआईए भी इस मामले की जांच कर रही है। एसओजी भी कल यहां पर पहुंची, वो भी जांच कर रही है और पंजाब की जो खुफिया जो विभाग है वो भी इस पर नजर बनाए हुए है। और एक शख्स को जिसका नाम निशान सिंह है, उसकी गिरफ्तारी फिलहाल हमें बताया जा रहा है कि उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है और उसका कनेक्शन जो है हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा से जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं स्टैब्लिश हो रहा है। कुछ इस तरीके की भी मिल रही है कि जो ये इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिस है, इसके आसपास के जो मोबाइल टावर्स हैं उसको खंगाले जा रहे हैं, जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज है उनको खंगाला जा रहा है और उसके बाद जो है कई फोन नंबर इनके पास है जिनको लगातार इंटरसेप्ट कर रही है, जिनकी जो मूवमेंट है उस पर लगातार नजर रखी जा रही है। हो सकता है कि अभी अगले कुछ घंटों में कुछ और गिरफ्तारियां हो और हो सकता है कि पंजाब पुलिस जो है इस पूरे साजिश को बेनकाब कर दे और एक एक कड़ियां जोड़ने में कामयाब हो जाए। क्योंकि देखिए, अमृतसर से जो गिरफ्तार हुआ है वो एक बेहद अहम सुराग दे सकता है, क्योंकि हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा जिसका पिछले कई दिनों से पंजाब को दाने
Well, we seem to be running into audio trouble over there with Amit Chaudhary, who's reporting from Mohali. But the gist of what he's been talking about, of course, lies in the fact that at least 15 people have been detained. One formal arrest has been made. And apart from that, what we understand is that linkages are being drawn to Pakistan. There are reports that seem to suggest that the RPG actually was smuggled in from Pakistan. And there is, of course, a narco-terror link that is now emerging in this entire investigation. All right, so what we understand is that one person who's been arrested, of course, belongs to Taran Taran. And apart from that, what we are also being told is that this RPG that was actually used to fire a rocket was procured from Pakistan and thereafter made its way. Now, investigations, of course, are also focusing around the white car which was allegedly used by people who actually came in and fired at the intelligence headquarters of the Punjab Police in Mohali. Well, as Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to charges of terror and sedition, I beg your pardon, secessionism, the Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi has in fact commented on what took place in court yesterday.
देखिए, कांग्रेस के टाइम में जिस तरह से इस तरह के आतंकवादी अलगाववादियों के प्रति सॉफ्ट अप्रोच था, उसका जो ज़ख्म है वो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने बहुत झेला। और जिस तरह से कांग्रेस पार्टी ऐसे लोगों के प्रति कहीं ना कहीं दोस्ताना रवैया अपनाती रही, उसका नतीजा हुआ कि बेखौफ होकर के ये लोग जो है वो अपनी अलगाववादी आतंकवादी हरकतें करते रहे और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को ज़ख्म देते रहे। इस अपने जुर्म को कबूल किया है, एक बात है, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो जुल्म किया जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के साथ, उसे कबूल करना चाहिए।
A look at some news in brief now. A massive fire has broken out on the third floor of a top government building in Bihar's Patna. Fire department officials confirmed that the fire has completely been doused and no casualties have been reported in the incident so far. Officials also say that the reason of the fire is not yet known. Tension prevails in Rajasthan's Bhilwara after a man was allegedly stabbed to death. Hindu groups have called for protests after the incident. According to government officials, the internet services in the area have been suspended. India's Met Department has said the severe cyclonic storm Asani has weakened into a cyclonic storm and is likely to become a depression soon. The IMD has also added that the cyclone is very likely to move nearly northwestwards to the Andhra coast. The IMD has issued red alert in Andhra Pradesh as the Cyclone Asani has changed its direction and is likely to make a landfall between the Kakinada coast and Visakhapatnam. IMD has also given the danger signal number 10 to Kakinada and Bhimunithapatam. A mysterious gold-coloured chariot washed ashore at the Sunapalli Sea Harbour in Srikakulam as the sea remained turbulent due to Cyclone Asani. Now, officials have said that the chariot might have come from another country. The matter is being investigated. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, we get you the latest on the sedition hearing that's currently underway in the Supreme Court. And Republic TV's detailed investigation reveals an ISI plot to use pro-Khalistan network to target India.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിലെ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഈ മേലിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസാന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസാന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇതാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue, and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को।
Well, as tensions erupt in Bhilwara in Rajasthan after a man was murdered last night, what we are learning is at the moment that internet services have been suspended in the town. Now, what we know so far is that the murder took place last night at the Kotwali police station area, which is now under heavy police deployment. The young man was stabbed to death allegedly when he was on his way to resolve a dispute involving his younger brother, but more details are still to be ascertained. What we understand is that since tensions have risen, the district administration has decided to clamp curfew, to clamp down on internet services. That's what we are learning. This, of course, will continue till about 6 in the evening. Now, this internet services being suspended is being seen as a precautionary measure that is being taken to ensure that the situation does not get out of hand. So,
ये जो घटना हुई है भीलवाड़ा के लिए बहुत शर्मनाक घटना है। पुलिस प्रशासन और इस सरकार के लिए आंखें खोलने वाली घटना है। इनको हम चेता के आए थे, जब हम मिलने गए थे तो कि ये रिएक्शन में कोई न कोई घटना ज़रूर होगी, आप सावधान रहना। लेकिन प्रशासन ने उस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया और ये घटना हो चुकी है। अब इनके परिवार से जो बात हुई है, उस परिवार के बात के आधार पर इनकी मांग ये है कि हम जब तक बॉडी नहीं उठाएंगे, जब तक एक तो जितने भी अपराधी हैं, चाहे वो 5 हो 10 हो, जितने भी अपराधी हैं सब रात भर में गिरफ्तार हो जाएं और इनको मुआवजा जो भी इनकी मांग है वो मुआवजा इनको तत्काल मिले, तब जाके ये बॉडी उठाएंगे और इनकी मांग के हम सब साथ।
भीलवाड़ा के अंदर लगातार सांप्रदायिक घटनाएं हो रही है और पुलिस प्रशासन को विश्व हिंदू परिषद भाजपा द्वारा ज्ञापन दिया गया, उसमें भी बताया गया कि ये कुछ न कुछ मुस्लिम समाज द्वारा घटना की जाएगी। और आज इन्होंने कावाखाड़ा क्षेत्र, कोतवाली थाना क्षेत्र के अंदर एक हिंदू समाज के युवाओं को चक्कू मार के मर्डर कर दिया गया। उसका 8-10 आदमी थे ये। जब तक पुलिस प्रशासन इन सबको गिरफ्तार नहीं करती है और जब तक परिवार की मांगे हैं 50 लाख का मुआवजा नहीं दे देती है, जब तक बॉडी को नहीं उठाया जाएगा और अनिश्चितकालीन तक भीलवाड़ा बंद किया जाएगा, विश्व हिंदू परिषद, हिंदू जागरण मंच, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये आह्वान करती है कि कल भीलवाड़ा बंद होगा।
समस्त भीलवाड़ा वासियों से निवेदन करता हूं कि बीती रात कोतवाली थाना क्षेत्र में जो घटना हुई है उस संदर्भ में यदि कोई अफवाह फैलाई जा रही है तो उस पर बिल्कुल भी ध्यान न दें। पुलिस और प्रशासन प्रयासरत हैं कि जिन अभियुक्तों को राउंडअप किया गया है वो सारी बात बता दें। और मैं सब लोगों से निवेदन करता हूं कि आप शांति व्यवस्था बनाए रखें। पुलिस और प्रशासन प्रयासरत है कि शहर की शांति व्यवस्था कायम है, इसमें आप अपना सहयोग दें। धन्यवाद।
क्या मामला था सर?
बीती रात कुछ युवकों के बीच आपसी झड़प हुई और उस झड़प के दौरान एक युवक के पास पॉकेट में चाकू था। उस चाकू को निकाल करके चाकूबाजी की घटना हुई है जिसमें एक व्यक्ति की मौत हो गई है और जो अभियुक्त हैं उनको राउंड अप कर लिया गया है, अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है।
कितने?
3 अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट किया गया और बाकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है।
सर इंटरनेट सेवाएं बंद है?
चूँकि ऐसे मौक़ों पर कई बार कुछ लोगों द्वारा कुछ अफवाहें फैलाई जाती हैं तो प्रयासरत रहते हैं हम कि शांति व्यवस्था बनाए रखें और इन्हीं प्रयासों के दौरान हमने इंटरनेट सेवाएं 24 घंटे बंद की है।
सबके माध्यम से भीलवाड़ा वासियों को अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द बनाए रखें और कानून व्यवस्था को भी बनाए रखें, कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठाए जिससे कानून व्यवस्था प्रभावित हो। कल रात को एक घटना घटित होती है जिसके अंदर 3 युवक एक अन्य युवक की चाकू मारकर हत्या कर देते हैं। तत्पर तरीके से पुलिस मौके पर पहुंचती है और जिन लोगों ने कार्य किया उनको राउंड अप करती है। वो पुलिस के कस्टडी में है। जो हथियार इस्तेमाल किया गया था उसको भी जब्त कर लिया गया है और परिजनों ने जो FIR दी उनमें कुछ और अन्य लोगों के भी आरोप लगाए गए हैं। उनमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। जल्दी उनके नाम भी क्लियर किए जाएंगे, उनको भी गिरफ्तार किया जा रहा है। तो इसलिए चूँकि जो कानूनी कार्रवाई बड़े सख्त तरीके से और काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से जल्दी की जा रही है, इसलिए आपके माध्यम से पुनः एक अपील जारी करते हैं कि कानून को अपना काम करने दें।
Well, joining me right now on the phone line is Mr. Vinod Bansal from the VHP. Mr. Bansal, now tension of course continues to remain high in Bhilwara after this killing. What are your demands from the administration?
It is regular and persistent cases of attacks on Hindus in Rajasthan. This incident that began from this Karoli, then Alwar, Bharatpur, Jodhpur, now Bhilwara. This all, how could Hindu live in Rajasthan? It's a land of Maharana Pratap. And this mindset of this Akbar and this Aurangzeb जो mindset है वो रेगुलरली अटैक कर रहा है। लिंचिंग हो रही है राजस्थान के अंदर और राजस्थान सरकार चुपचाप बैठी हुई है। बार बार राजस्थान सरकार को बड़ा ताज्जुब है कि वो प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ देखते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री से एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि वो करे, लेकिन ये लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन राजस्थान को देखती है। लगातार हिंदू की हत्याएं हो रही हैं, हिंदुओं पर हमले हो रहे हैं, शोभा यात्राओं पर हमले हो रहे हैं, मंदिरों को तोड़ा जा रहा है, लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी राज्य सरकार बिल्कुल हाथ पार करे बैठी है। हिंदुओं को 2nd दर्जे का नागरिक समझ रखा है क्या? हिंदू समाज जो है ना इस तरह की चीजों को लाइटली नहीं लेगा। जिस तरह की सरकारें जो है ना वो मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट की पॉलिसी में है और मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट की पॉलिटिक्स में जो डूबी हुई है, सरकार को थोड़ा बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा इसमें। आखिरकार हिंदू समाज भी तो वहाँ पे है, उनको भी कुछ ह्यूमन राइट्स हैं, उनको भी तो कोई सुरक्षा मिलनी चाहिए ना। जिस तरह से लगातार इस्लामिक जिहादी जो है आक्रमण करे जा रहे हैं। अब देखिए भीलवाड़ा में 22 साल का लड़का था, छोटा सा, वो 22 साल के लड़के को तुम मॉब लिंचिंग करके मार दोगे और उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होगी। ये तो बड़ा अजीब बात है। अगर कोई हिंदू प्रदर्शन के लिए आता है तो उसके बाद तुरंत उस पर रोक लगा दोगे चारों तरफ से।
जी बंसल जी, क्या आपको ये लगता है कि राजस्थान सरकार जो है वो इन इंसिडेंट्स को रोकने में नाकामयाब रही है अभी तक?
मैं एक और बात कर रहा हूँ, न सिर्फ नाकामयाब रही है बल्कि मुस्लिम अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के कारण उन जिहादियों को प्रोत्साहन भी दे रही है। इसी के कारण इस तरह की घटनाएं लगातार बढ़ रही हैं। आप देखिए राजस्थान जो कि राणा सांगा की राणा प्रताप की धरती है, उस जो हमेशा से अकबर औरंगजेब उनके साथ उनसे पंगा लेते रहे, लेकिन प्राणों की आहुति दी, लेकिन वो उनको आगे आने नहीं दिया। यहाँ पर उल्टा हो रहा है। राजस्थान की सरकार जो है वो इस्लामिक जिहादियों को प्रोत्साहन दे रही है और लगातार हिंदुओं पर हमले हो रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके बावजूद मौन धरे बैठी है। आप ये घटना कोई वन ऑन नहीं है। आप देखिए कल भी भरतपुर के अंदर हुआ। भरतपुर के अंदर सिख समुदाय के ऊपर हमला किया उन्होंने, और करौली के अंदर
वहाँ जी।
That marks 20 years in government of Shri Narendra Modi ji. I have obviously contributed on the foreign policy impact that he's had over the last 8 years. And in doing so, tried to trace the influence of his Gujarat years on his foreign policy. And what I present really from the analysis of these 8 years are the new concepts, the aspirations, the vision, the strategy that he has brought to bear in this domain. Perhaps the right starting point for my remarks today would be my first encounter with him. And this was 10 years ago, 11 years ago, November 2011. I was ambassador in China, and he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, visiting China, as many Chief Ministers did at that time. And we were used in the embassy to Chief Ministers. But this one was very different. It was very different because he arrived after midnight. He wanted his first briefing meeting at 7 o'clock in the morning. He ran a 12-hour day with a half-an-hour lunch break, and he proceeded to cover 3 cities, I think, in 4 days. And of course, today this is standard operating procedure for all of us. But at that time, it was a discovery. And it wasn't just the grueling schedule which I recall from that visit. He did something very unusual as Chief Minister. He asked me to brief him on our security posture vis-a-vis China. At that time, we were having problems. Some of you may recall stapled visas, border map projections, and the terrorism. And the point he made was, I may be Chief Minister of Gujarat, but I'm a citizen of India. When I go outside, I will not be 1 millimeter different from what is our national stance. The second was, again, Chief Ministers typically come to promote their states, but he was worried about the economic imbalance between India and China. And the third recollection I have, 11 years ago, we had some Indian citizens, they happened to be jewelers from Gujarat, who were in prison in China at that time, and he was very concerned about getting them released. Now, I remember those 3 aspects because in a way, I would say they were my first outline of what his thinking was about foreign policy. And today, when I look at what is the difference that he has made, he has really led a foreign policy which is much more security focused. He has practiced a diplomacy which is more development focused. He has created people-centric policies in foreign policy. And he has run a foreign policy of a civilizational state. So let me very quickly fast forward 8 years and run through each of these 4 themes. National security emphasis. The 8 years of Modi Sarkar has brought terrorism fair square at the center of the global debate. And he has concentrated on developing the border infrastructure because he knows that is essential to meet our security challenges. So it could be Uri and Balakot, it could be Doklam and Ladakh. But you can see today, this is not a country that shies away from its hard security challenges. Let me talk about diplomacy for development. I think if you look in terms of his efforts to get capital, technology, best practices from the world, the interest that he takes in trade, he actually addressed every one of our embassies in pursuit of a goal of reaching $400 billion of exports. The effort which he makes to move funds so that their investment in India generates employment. When he goes abroad, he looks at railways, he looks at EVs, he looks at environment, green projects, with a view of what is it he can take back to India. So it is very much that quest for development is very much at the heart of what he does abroad. As for being people-centric, I think each one of you will know how much easier it is today to get a passport, how he has cut through layers of bureaucracy, made it so much simpler. How he actually imagined that we would use post offices who in this day and age were less relevant, as passport collection centers. A very good example actually of minimum government, maximum governance. And in terms of the people centricity, I think you saw the Vande Bharat mission during the COVID. Operation Ganga, which was referred to, Operation Devi Shakti, that today an Indian going abroad knows that we have their back. That in whatever situation of distress, we are there for them. And that is a huge change in the country's profile, in the confidence that citizens have about us, and in the view that the world has about us. And this is also reflected in his diaspora policies, in his Diaspora Connect, beginning with Madison Square Garden. In fact, in my chapter, I describe what was the conversation we had, which led to the Madison Square Garden program. And our effort today at migration and mobility agreements so that our people can work abroad, because Prime Minister Modi sees the world not just as a marketplace, but as a global workplace. And a lot of his foreign policy efforts are in that direction. And finally, the cultural side. I think the projection of India, I think he's a quintessentially Indian persona who is today, his presence on the world stage, I think projects India in a manner that is very difficult to describe. But it is reflected in initiatives on the International Day of Yoga, on the propagation of Ayurveda. In fact, even on an assertion that we are not just followers of democracy, we are actually owners of democracy. In many ways, we are founders of democracy. It is deep in our culture. Our pluralism is actually one of the traditions, one of the histories on the basis of which democracy has developed. So these, to my mind, are the big changes which have happened, as I said, not just in these 8 years, but in the years preceding those where they struck roots. But I also see them reflected in greater conceptual clarity, in the idea of a non-reciprocal generous neighborhood policy, in the idea of an ocean space, a Sagar policy, where we are the first responders, in extended neighborhoods, whether it is the Gulf, Southeast Asia, or Central Asia, in an independent and confident posture in the world, where we can engage all the major powers on our terms, knowing our interests and getting our outcomes, and in expanding our global footprint. I can also assert with a great deal of evidence that he has shaped global agenda. Again, some of it goes back to the Gujarat years, the interest in solar, for example, which has led to the Solar Alliance today. His earthquake recovery efforts, which has created the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. His emphasis on putting black money, terrorism, digital, SDGs on the global agenda. So here is a Prime Minister who has actually propagated and practiced a policy of India first. India first, not as India versus the world, but India first with India at the center of his perspective and his outlook. And that is his ability actually to harmonize India and the world is exactly what led him to undertake the Vaccine Maitri initiative. So to sum up, the chapter that I have in the book actually lays out what I would say is the paradox of Narendra Modi. A visionary, but a person of great detail. A culturally steeped person, very deep in our heritage, but a great modernizer. A very strong nationalist, but a very believing internationalist. So, as they said, happy reading.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय विदेश मंत्री जी। और अब मैं भारत के गृह और सहकारिता मंत्री माननीय श्री अमित शाह जी से हमें संबोधित करने का अनुरोध करती हूं।
भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति महामहिम श्रीमान वेंकैया जी, मोदी जी की मंत्रिपरिषद में मेरे साथी विदेश मंत्री श्रीमान जयशंकर जी, आज ये महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी भाइयों और बहनों, मोदी एट 20 ड्रीम मीट डिलीवरी। आज मोदी जी के साथ जिन्होंने सालों तक काम किया है, ऐसे भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति वेंकैया जी के हाथों से इसका लोकार्पण होने वाला है। मैंने पुस्तक को बारीकी से देखा है। मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूं कि जो लोग भारत के सर्वांगीण और सर्वसमावेशी विकास में विश्वास करते हैं, जो लोग एक संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व किस तरह से निर्मित हो इसके रास्ते पर विश्वास करते हैं, ये सभी लोगों के लिए, विशेषकर समाज सेवा और राजनीति के क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले सभी लोगों के लिए ये पुस्तक एक गीता बनकर आने वाले दिनों में उभरने वाला है। मैं आज इस पुस्तक के अंदर जो अलग अलग चैप्टर लिखे गए हैं इसके बारे में बात नहीं करना चाहता, परंतु पुस्तक जिन पर है इनके बारे में बात करना चाहता हूं। जिस प्रकार का ऑडियंस मेरे सामने है, इन्होंने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को 20 साल से जाना है, देखा है, मोदी जी की सफलताओं को देखा है, मोदी जी के 20 साल हेड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट के नाते भारत में और गुजरात में जिस तरह से परिवर्तन आया है इसको सभी ने देखा है। परंतु मैं राजनीतिक शास्त्र के विद्यार्थी के नाते ये जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि इसके पीछे जाना चाहिए। मोदी जी के 20 साल का अनुभव, मोदी जी के इसके पहले के 30 साल का जब तक अध्ययन नहीं करते वो अधूरा रह जाएगा। मोदी जी के 5 दशक का सार्वजनिक जीवन एक बिल्कुल गरीबी के आंगन में से उठकर देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनने तक की सफर, एक छोटे से कार्यकर्ता से लेकर सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों में सबसे लोकप्रिय नेतृत्व बनने तक की सफर, और कभी पंचायत के सदस्य न रहे हुए व्यक्ति आज पूरा विश्व जिसका नेतृत्व स्वीकार करता है, ऐसे भारत के प्रधानमंत्री बनने तक की सफर। अगर इसको समझना है तो आगे के 30 साल में जरूर जाना। मोदी जी के आगे के 30 साल 3 दशक संगठन के अंदर गुजरे। संगठन के कार्यकर्ता के नाते छोटे से छोटे गांव में कभी एसटी बस पर, कभी मोटरसाइकिल पर, कभी ऑटो में बैठकर गरीब से गरीब घर के अंदर इतनी ही साहसिकता से खाना खाते हुए मैंने मोदी जी को देखा है। और जो हम सब लोगों के लिए कुट प्रश्न है कि समस्याओं को समझने का इतनी बड़ी शक्ति मोदी जी में कहां से आती है। नीति निर्धारण करते वक्त छोटे से छोटे व्यक्ति के लिए नीति हो, ये आग्रह कहां से आता है। और नीति सर्वसमावेशी हो, सर्वस्पर्शी हो, ये कुनेह कहां से आती है, उसका जवाब वो 30 साल के अंदर है। पहला हिस्सा उनका जीवन का परिश्रम, संवेदना, संवेदनाओं के साथ समस्याओं को समझना, समस्याओं का विश्लेषण करना और विश्लेषण के आधार पर समस्या का समाधान ढूंढना। ये प्रक्रिया 30 साल चलती है, तब जाकर एक नरेंद्र मोदी सफल मुख्यमंत्री बनता है। लोगों की गरीबी, लोगों की समस्याएं, समाज के अंदर फैली अव्यवस्थाएं, लोकतंत्र के प्रति लोगों का उठता विश्वास, ये देखकर अगर दिल में टीस खड़ी नहीं होती है, एक दर्द खड़ा नहीं होता है, तो दर्द जब तक खड़ा नहीं होता है कोई नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं बन पाता है। ये संवेदनशील स्वभाव उनका जो है, इसी में से एक टीस की निर्मित, दर्द की निर्मित होती है और उसी में से सभी समस्याओं का समाधान निकला है। भारत के जनमानस को समझना, भारत की समस्याओं को समझना, भारत के समाज की सांस्कृतिक विविधताओं को समझना और समझते समझते भारत की संस्कृति पर अमाप गौरव का दिल में अकल्पनीय स्थान पैदा करना और समस्याओं के समाधान की दिशा में सोचना, इन्होंने एक प्रक्रिया ने ही मोदी जी को आज इस स्थान पर बिठाया है। 20 साल से मोदी जी ने कई उपलब्धियां हासिल की है। ढेर सारे लोगों ने इनका एनालिसिस भी किया है। खास कर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए और गवर्नेंस के लिए मोदी जी ने जो उपलब्धियां हासिल की है, इसका मूल्यांकन बहुत अच्छे तरीके से किया है। मगर मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूं, एक ऐसे व्यक्ति का मूल्यांकन आप कर रहे हो जिसको मुख्यमंत्री बनने से पहले पंचायत चलाने का भी अनुभव नहीं था। मोदी जी जब मुख्यमंत्री बने उसके पहले कोई चुनाव नहीं लड़े थे, पंचायत के सदस्य भी नहीं थे। और ऐसी व्यक्ति को अचानक भूकंप से पीड़ित एक राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया जाता है और उस वक्त बार बार चुनकर आना और इतना यशस्वी तरीके से गवर्नेंस करना, ये बहुत बड़ी अपने आप में उपलब्धि। में ये बात इसलिए कहता हूं कि मूल्यांकन के पैरामीटर्स तय होने चाहिए। गुजरात के अंदर सर्वसमावेशी और सर्वस्पर्शीय विकास हुआ, वो मोदी जी का व्यक्तित्व का परिचय कराता है। गरीबी से गुजरे हुए बचपन के कारण गरीब आदमी की कठिनाइयों और उसकी दिक्कतों से मोदी जी भली भांति परिचित थे। उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद संवेदनशील तरीके से समाज के अंतिम व्यक्ति के लिए योजनाएं कैसे बन सकती है और योजनाओं को बनाकर अंतिम व्यक्ति तक किस तरह से पहुंचा जा सकता है, इसका एक उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण लोगों के सामने दिया है। मित्रों, योजनाओं के बारे में मैं जरूर थोड़ी बात करना चाहूंगा।
And cutting across to some breaking news coming in, SC has stayed the sedition law till review. So big breaking coming in, the Supreme Court there staying the sedition law till review, and this latest update that is coming in, CGI has stayed the sedition law till till review. Let's also cut across to Amit Shah's address right now at the event of Prime Minister's book launch.
कर दिया कि लोकतंत्र को जवाबदेह, लोकतंत्र में एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को जवाबदेह बनाया जा सकता है। हर गांव में कृषि महोत्सव का रथ पहुंचता था और जो सरकारी मदद लेने के लिए किसानों को तहसील लेवल पर और जिला लेवल पर बार बार जाना पड़ता था, वो सरकारी मदद उन्हीं के गांव के अंदर पहुंचाने की शुरुआत एक कृषि महोत्सव ने की। तो उन्होंने योजनाओं को लोकाभिमुख बनाया। मोदी जी ने योजनाओं के साइज और स्केल दोनों को बदलने का काम किया और योजनाओं को संपूर्ण समस्या के उन्मूलन की दिशा में प्रेरित किया। जैसे पहले योजनाएं बनती थी, इस बजट में इतने गांवों के अंदर बिजली पहुंचाएंगे, इस बजट में इतने घरों के अंदर बिजली पहुंचाएंगे, इस बजट में इतने शौचालय बनाएंगे, इस बजट में इतने लोगों को स्वास्थ्य कार्ड देंगे। मोदी जी की योजनाओं का अगर आप स्टडी करेंगे तो अब संख्या नहीं होती है, समस्या का संपूर्ण उन्मूलन।
And breaking news coming in with respect to the sedition hearing, the Supreme Court has urged the centre and states to refrain from registering FIRs invoking 124A of the IPC. So CGI there dictated the order saying those already booked under section 124A of the IPC and are in jail can approach the courts for bail. And Supreme Court there also urging centre and states to refrain from registering FIRs invoking 124A of the IPC. So the Supreme Court there staying the sedition law till review. We have Rhythm joining us on the phone line. Rhythm, over to you. Break it down for us, the Supreme Court hearing.
As of now, the Supreme has not stated as of now that those already booked under sedition can apply.
Well, Rhythm, there seems to be a network problem. We'll connect with you again. We have KK Manan, senior law advocate, joining us on the phone line. Sir, your first response to the Supreme Court urging the centre and the states to refrain from registering FIRs invoking 124A of the IPC.
124A IPC. It's a good news for the people who are being falsely implicated by the state police, the state governments, just because of political vendetta. So it is a good news, and it means that the Supreme Court is also feeling that the police, state police or the police is misusing this section, misusing this provision. It means that they will now analyze the situation in the country, in every state, hence they have restrained at the moment.
Yes. Well, sir, your legal analysis into it with the Supreme Court now staying the sedition law, how do you read into this given the fact that we have the Prime Minister's intervention as well on the same?
It is crystal clear when the Solicitor General made a statement on behalf of the central government, meaning by the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister is also examining the section and the situation. So it is a good for the nation that the new law may be enacted, this previous law or the section 124A and 153A and 505 IPC. There are these three sections in the IPC which can be revisited, and for that purpose now the central government may form a committee for that purpose.
Yes, and so important to note here that the CGI, while dictating the order, also went on to say that those already booked under section 124A IPC and are in jail can approach the courts for bail.
Yes, of course. Now the lenient view will be taken by the honorable courts wherever the cases are pending or wherever the cases have been registered but the persons have not been arrested. They go for anticipatory bail, or even otherwise it is their right to approach the court. They can approach the court anytime for anticipatory bail or for quashing the FIR.
Yes. Well, thank you, sir, for your insights there. So, big story that we are tracking. Supreme Court there staying the sedition law till review, and also CGI, while dictating the order, going on to say that those already booked under Section 124A of the IPC and are in jail can approach the court for bail. So, that's a big breaking coming in, and also the CGI also going on to say, while giving out the order, that it will be appropriate not to use this provision of law till further re-examination is over. We will be going across to our legal affairs editor Rhythm as well in just a short while, but Supreme Court there staying the sedition law till review, and also going on to say that those it will not be appropriate to use this provision till the re-examination is over. Slipping into a very short break for now, but closely tracking this big story coming in right now. Supreme Court staying the sedition law.
इसी पैरालिसिस वाली सरकार थी। मोदी जी ने 8 साल में नीतियां कैसे निर्धारित हो सकती है, इसके लिए ढेर सारा दुनिया के सामने।
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World this morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है, और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഇനി നേരിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇതാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World this morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है, और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक
मोदी जी से बड़ा श्रोता कोई नहीं है, और सुनते भी एकाग्रता के साथ है। आप शायद बोलकर निकल जाओगे, भूल जाओगे, मगर 5 साल के बाद वो कहेंगे नहीं भाई पहले तो आपने ये कहा था, अब ये कह रहे हो, क्या हो गया? तब जाकर आपको मालूम पड़ेगा कि मैं पहले ये बोला था। बहुत धैर्य के साथ सुनना ये बहुत बड़ा उनका गुण है। दूसरी बात, एक अंग्रेजी कहावत है, ब्लड इज थिकर देन वाटर। व्यक्ति अपने आसपास का ही सोचता है, अपने परिवारजनों का ही सोचता है, परिवार के बाद समाज का सोचता है। यहां पर उल्टा है, उन्होंने कहावत को गलत साबित कर दिया है। इन्होंने समाज को ही अपना परिवार मानकर आगे बढ़े। देश की राजनीति में ऐसा नेता दूरबीन लेकर भी ढूंढ नहीं पाते जिसके परिवार को कोई जानता ही ना हो, परिवार के किसी व्यक्ति का नाम कहीं पर किसी ने सुना न हो। तो ब्लड इज थिकर देन वाटर, ये कहावत को मोदी जी ने गलत साबित किया है। उनकी सोच की दिशा ऊर्ध्व दिशा है, वो हमेशा रचनात्मक तरीके से सोचते हैं।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയെ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഈ മേലിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में, अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको, और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है, और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है, और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं, बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കുട്ടിയെ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഈ മേലിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത് അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global
भारतीय वातावरण और भारतीय जरूरियातों के अनुरूप सांचे में ढालकर सरकार के अंदर प्रस्थापित करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दिया है। ये व्यापकता का अनुभव अगर किसी को करना है तो सुरक्षा के मामले में आज सोमवार को मोदी जी के विचार सुन सकते हैं, मंगलवार को ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पर भी सुन सकते हैं। महिला कल्याण पर बात करते हुए इतनी ही तन्मयता से बात करेंगे, पोषण अभियान के लिए बात करेंगे तो तुरंत स्टार्टअप पर ही इतनी विशदता के साथ वो बात करेंगे। गरीब कल्याण और नई शिक्षा नीति, आरोग्य और विदेश नीति। विदेश नीति के अंदर मैं जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, वैसे जयशंकर जी की उपस्थिति में कहना मुश्किल है क्योंकि मेरा नजरिया थोड़ा अलग प्रकार का होता है, परंतु भारत की विदेश नीति और भारत की रक्षा नीति के बीच में बड़ी घालमेल चल रही थी। कभी भारत की रक्षा नीति विदेश नीति की परछाई से बाहर नहीं आ सकी। मोदी जी की विदेश नीति ने प्रस्तावित कर दिया कि हम सबके साथ दोस्ती रखना चाहते हैं, मगर हमारे लिए भारत की सुरक्षा ये हमारा।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी लगातार इस हिस्से को तोड़ती हुई नजर आ रही है।
പത്താം ക്ലാസ്സിലെ കുട്ടിയാ ആരോടും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്? ഈ മേലിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. അങ്ങനത്തെ പെൺകുട്ടികളൊന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിക്കണ്ട. റമസ്താന്റെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയില്ലേ? റമസ്താന്റെ തീരുമാനം രക്ഷിതാവിനോട് വരാൻ പറയും. ഇതാ വിളിച്ചത്? അല്ലല്ല, ഞാനല്ല.
What is also shocking is that the main Tangal, who is the spiritual head of the Indian Union Muslim League, was present at the very venue and he chose to remain silent.
Wake up to the all-new mornings on Republic TV.
At 7 this morning, your national headlines for the day.
At 7:30 on World This Morning, your global roundup in 30 minutes.
At 8, get on the Morning Express as India's strongest news team breaks down each national news focus story to set up your day.
यहाँ पर मंगोलपुरी में देखिए एक एक करके सड़क के दोनों तरफ से जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। और देखिए बिल्डिंगों में अलग अलग बिल्डिंगों में लोग भी नजर आएंगे आपको और आपको नजर आएगा ये रोड। और ये देखिए इस खंबे के चारों तरफ जो है एक ठिया बना दिया गया था, उस ठिये को भी अब निस्ते नाबूद कर दिया है।
ये जो किसी का घर है, घर के बाहर का कुछ जमीन है, कुछ एरिया है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं एमसीडी ने इलीगल घोषित किया है, इस रेलिंग को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इस ग्रिल को तोड़ा जा रहा है। प्राइवेट हाउस की दीवार है, रेलिंग है और लगातार जो है जेसीबी का एक्शन है वो लगातार जारी है। मकान देखिए कितना बड़ा मकान है और इस मकान के कुछ हिस्से जो हैं बाहरी हिस्से इलीगल तरीके से थे, वो सरकारी जमीन में थे कहीं ना कहीं हम कह सकते हैं। इस वजह से जो है जेसीबी
The headlines: 22-year-old Hindu boy is killed in Bhilwara district of Rajasthan. The BJP demands justice for Adarsh. Republic investigation into the Mohali blast reveals links to wanted pro-Khalistan terrorist Rinda. Sources also tell Republic TV that RPG was sent from Pakistan. Mehbooba Mufti is at it again. Draws an India-Sri Lanka comparison. Does nationalism irk Mehbooba? Yasin Malik pleads guilty. He is charged for acts of terror in Kashmir under multiple sections of the UAPA. The Gyan Vapi mosque hearing continues in Varanasi. Muslim groups object to entry of plaintiff. Two-judge bench of the Delhi High Court is to pronounce its verdict on criminalizing marital rape. A red alert is issued in multiple districts of Andhra Pradesh as East Coast braces for Cyclone Asani. And the Supreme Court urges centre and states to refrain from registering FIRs invoking Section 124A of the IPC. Well, news just coming in fact, the Supreme Court has urged the centre and the states to refrain from registering FIRs invoking 124A of the IPC for sedition. In fact, joining me live right now is Mr. Kothari. Mr. Kothari, good morning. Break down for us what this essentially means. Now, we understand that the Supreme Court has advised against registering of any new FIRs under the sedition law.
Nupur, it's very clear that the Supreme Court doesn't want the states to still use this as a weapon. It has asked the centre and the states to refrain from using this section. Now, it's a request. I'm sure the centre and the states have not given an undertaking of that sort, because I don't think that they can give that undertaking. So it's all very fine for the Supreme Court to ask for them to do that, and which is best that the Supreme Court can do in the circumstances until this matter is heard or the Parliament revisits this on its own, as it has stated in its second affidavit, and re-examines it on itself by itself. But you and I both know that when either the centre or the state get angry at any of the dissent, if it does not suit them, they are very, very eager beavers to invoke this section as easy as possible, and they still try to, browbeat and intimidate the people and the victims at hand. So this is a great order, the best under the circumstances. And I hope the message from the Supreme Court seems to be very much in line with what Mr. C.J. Ramana had said when he said that does this law need to hold good, in the sense, do we still need to keep this law? So I think the Supreme Court is pretty much in its mindset to either, I don't think it'll repeal it, but if at all it were to hear it, by putting up a 7-judge bench, it will sort of narrow it down, read it down, it'll give some guidelines, or it will, be a departure from the Kedarnath judgment of 1962. I don't think it's going to repeal it, because to repeal it then would be telling that sedition is removed, and then the Parliament will have to bring in sedition word in other acts, in other legislation. So,
Sapnil Kothari, I'm going to interrupt you there. I'm just going to come back to you in just a minute. Let's listen into what Nalin Kohli has said over the order that's come in from the Supreme Court.
We must note that the government of Prime Minister Modi, in an affidavit, had told the Honorable Supreme Court that it wishes to re-examine this issue of the sedition provision in the Indian Penal Code. That itself was a very positive move. It must be noted in context of the 75th year of India's independence. It must be noted in context of Prime Minister Modi's government removing some 1,500 obsolete or old archaic laws, and the fact that the government is committed for the welfare and for the benefit of every Indian citizen. In that context, when the matter came up before the Honorable Supreme Court, the Honorable Court, and it has been pleased to observe and accept that point that the government is going to examine the issue, and in the interim it has also asked the state governments not to file any fresh FIRs and keep the pending ones on hold, which is also the correct legal position, because after all, law and order is a state subject and the FIRs are registered by state governments or the state police. So we need to view it in the larger context of a positive development in line of the government's affidavit and Prime Minister Modi's government to look at it totally, and the Honorable Supreme Court accepting that point of view and therefore giving this direction.
Sapnil Kothari continues to be with me. Mr. Kothari, I wanted to ask you now, the court has also said that courts should expeditiously dispose of sedition cases that have been registered. Now, can you explain to us what this would mean in terms of the legal system?
Nupur, what the court is trying to say, very indirectly to the government, is that dispose of these cases, in the sense that either you just junk them, because if you have really no evidence that if you've done this to browbeat people or to crush dissent, just junk those cases, or at best, if you really have some evidence, then try to expeditiously dispose of. Approach the trial court and say that, let's finish this, let's just get it over and done with it in 3 months or 4 months or so, if there needs to be a trial. And if there doesn't need to be a trial, then let's, withdraw the case, because the state is within its power to withdraw a case which it has registered. So, very often than not, what happens, Nupur, is that in cases like, finance or, income tax, or, cases which are languishing since a long period of time where there are under trials, what happens is that these kind of things are usually suggested to by the highest court of the land telling the lower courts, including the High Court, that, this has taken too much time, there's too much acrimony, too much angst, and let's not, debunk the judicial system more, because it's already under fire from many angles, given the delays that it's fraught with. So let's, finish these cases. And sometimes, they even give amnesty and pardon, like some of the cases of theft, minor thefts, where somebody robbed some pieces of pav or bread or something of that sort. All those cases have been junked. Together, en masse, they were junked. I'm not just talking of, small thefts, but even somewhat bigger thefts also. So the court is clearly giving a message, a very comprehensive message to the centre that, look, if you are not going to do something within a short period of time...
All right, Mr. Kothari, I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Mr. Nalin Kohli on the phone line with me. Mr. Kohli, how do you view these developments? What we understand is that it does seem that the court seems to believe that appropriate to put the provision in abeyance. Mr. Nalin Kohli?
I am Deshratan Nigam.
All right, I apologize for that, Mr. Nigam. How do you see what's happened in the court today? The court, essentially the Supreme Court, saying that let's put this under re-examination, appropriate. I'm quoting what the CJI has said. He says appropriate to put provisions under abeyance.
One thing is very clear, the entire issue before the court is misuse of the law. Not the law itself. What they are saying, during this period, the misuse of law should not be done. However, it has never happened in the history, annals of the history of jurisprudence and in the Supreme Court, that the law is just a state which is existing for a very, very long period merely because of the misuse. The entire, laws can be put to stay, like Dowry Act, Domestic Violence Act, all of them are put to misuse. Therefore, this is a very I'm rather very shocked and surprised. For the misuse of the law, the Supreme Court and the various courts are there to deal with it. So what happens in the meantime, that suppose tomorrow the law is by the parliament is upheld with minor exceptions, then what will happen to all those cases which have been committed in the meantime? Now, even otherwise, the law already has been melted down, read down, from the pre-independence era by 1962 judgment of Kedarnath Singh case. And that is, they have brought the concept of violence, incitement of violence through spoken or written words under the section 124A, which we call as sedition. Therefore, the law itself has been made suitable for a post-independence India. It is merely the misuse. The misuse is something that we have to look for. And the law cannot be stayed merely because there is a misuse of the law. So I am rather perplexed with the kind of observations which are being made in Supreme Court.
Right, I think Mr. Kothari wanted to speak on that. Yes, Mr. Kothari, I'm going to come back to both of you gentlemen. Mr. Kohli back with us on the phone line. Mr. Nalin Kohli, how do you see what's happened in the Supreme Court? In a sense, it does seem that the court has said that this law should be placed under abeyance.
Well, it's a very positive development, because you have to see it in context of Narendra Modi's government having filed that affidavit, that short affidavit which says that the government wishes to re-examine the issue. It has to be seen in the context that Modi's government has removed some 1,500 such archaic and old laws. It is India's 75th year of independence. Almost 25,000 unnecessary compliance issues have been removed. So, the attitude of Modi's government is to see that life becomes easier for Indian citizens. That view, the Honorable Supreme Court and the Chief Justice's bench has accepted that, yes, let the government re-examine it. In the interim, the Honorable Court has also said that fresh cases should not be filed. The old ones can perhaps be kept in abeyance. And that's also has to be seen from the fact that law and order is a state subject. And therefore, it is the state police which uses the law to file a case against somebody else. So therefore, the states have to take note of this. And the larger issue, as I see it, in all, is a very, very positive development.
Right, Mr. Kohli, I just also want your opinion on what the Supreme Court has said. It has advised courts to expeditiously dispose of sedition cases which have been registered, and also told them to hold action under Section 124A till there is a re-examination. Your views on that?
24A is the sedition provision in the Indian Penal Code. Now please bear in mind, this was examined several decades ago by a constitution bench in the Kedarnath Singh case. So what has been held is that the provision itself is valid. It is not ultra vires the constitution. So it is valid. Now, in the next question arises that if the provision is valid, is it being misused? That could apply to any section of the Indian Penal Code or any other statute. For example, there are a set of people who may say that a certain other provision, for example, some people say the rape provision is misused. Some say dowry is misused. But the counter viewpoint is that after all, the dowry provision 498 is needed because there are also real incidents of dowry demands and dowry deaths. And of course, there are real instances of rape. So how can you not have it? So this is the larger question in law, is that one, whether the provision itself is within the framework of the Constitution, that means it is correct, constitutionally correct. The second aspect is misuse. In this context, when the government comes in and gives an affidavit, and the government goes ahead and says we want to re-examine it, it opens up two issues. One is looking at it from the executive or the legislative route, as compared to it being dealt only on the judicial side. So when the court has also accepted it, I think we should view it as citizens as a positive move, and all in all, it's a move in the right direction. So we need to await what is the final decision.
All right, Mr. Kohli, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to go back to Mr. Kothari over there. Mr. Kothari, you know, you I think you were objecting to what Mr. Nigam said over there because he said that this is a surprising move by the Supreme Court. Please continue.
Right. Nupur, see, it is not exactly proper in the sense that just because a law is being misused, we tend to junk it, or we tend to put it in abeyance. But when you look at the context in which the Supreme Court has passed this order, the dowry law, the murder law, all the other laws which are capable of being, or even in fact the UAPA or certain stringent provisions of the income tax, all of them are being misused. But here it is the sedition law which is in question. So the center itself has said that we want to take a look at it so you don't interfere, right, in the second short affidavit. So when you yourself are saying that, obviously the court is going to say, okay, fair enough. So until then, please don't misuse this law. Please put anything and everything under this law under in abeyance. So in that sense, in the context of what the Supreme Court is saying, it is absolutely proper. If it was to say otherwise, you know, without the center even saying this and saying that, okay, you know, until and unless we hear this entire matter, you know, don't use this at all. That also possibly the Supreme Court could say, because the Supreme Court has got the power to say that, you know, sometimes over-enthusiastic governments will say, oh, you know, this law is going to be junk. So, you know, let's try to arrest as many people as possible under 124 and let's try to crush dissent. So until then also the Supreme Court is right. But what I'm trying to say is within the context, within the framework, it is absolutely proper for the court to say that, because the issue here, and I'll tell you, Nupur, one of the reasons why this is being a vexed issue, it is because it's an 1870 amendment passed during the British rule. Our constitution came into force in 1950, after our independence in 1947. So the court has said that, look, you know, 60, 70 years have been passed since that, you know, the time that our constitution came into place. And 70 years before that also there was this law. So it's about how many 100 years? I mean, I don't know the math now. It's 152 years old probably. So the point is that it's 152 years old, then let's junk it. That's the mind of the Supreme Court. And if you don't want to junk it, let's narrow it down. It cannot be disaffection towards the government. It has to be something like, you know, assailing the integrity and the unity and the sovereignty of India, or disintegrating the country. That should be the language of 124A. That means sedition, not just disaffection. Saying that, oh, you know, I don't like this man, I don't like this chief minister, I don't like the prime minister. That doesn't mean it's a disaffection. Otherwise, what is the meaning of democracy?
All right, Mr. Kothari, do stay with us. I think we've got Kapil Chankla also on the live with us right now. Well, we seem to have lost that. We're going to try and get him back. But Mr. Nigam, we just had Mr. Nalan Kohli over there saying that, okay, I think Mr. Shankla is back. I'll come back to you, Mr. Nigam, in just a bit. But Mr. Kapil Chankla, how do you see this observation that has been made by the Supreme Court today? It is historic in a sense.
I think it is very just and fair as to what the Supreme Court has stated. I think it is very just and fair as to what the Supreme Court has stated. I think what the Honorable Supreme Court has stated, that pending the review that the government wants to do of the Act, there should be no misuse of the act. Because you see, what is going to happen is if, for example, the central government comes up and says that 124A has to go, or amends it, or narrows it down, then what happens to the cases that have been lodged during the intervening period between the Honorable Supreme Court's order and the central government coming up with the law, amending the law, modifying the law, or giving it a go-by? So as far as the decision of the Supreme Court is concerned, it is extremely fair, it is extremely just, and it is something that had to be done in a matter like this. Let me also put it in another way. For example, there is no law where a law is required. For example, the Vashaka guidelines, the Honorable Supreme Court comes up with certain guidelines that is filling up the vacuum that is there in the law. But tomorrow the central government can come and lay down its own law. It could be different from what the Honorable Supreme Court has stated. That has also happened. It has especially happened in income tax matters. What happens then? I mean, then there is an incongruence between what the Honorable Supreme Court has stated and what the central government has stated, and then the legislature prevails. In this case, the Honorable Supreme Court has said, see, we are not going to pass any judgment. We will wait for you to come up with whatever modification, amendment, or whatever you want to do. But in the meanwhile, let not this law be misused by any enthusiastic police officer. And I think that is very fair.
All right. Mr. Nigam, if I could come to you now. Mr. Nigam, what is your understanding of what happens to cases that have now been filed? You know, we've had very, very high-profile cases like that of the Ranas, which have been filed under this law. Now, what is your understanding of what happens there?
Law is always prospective in nature. In rare cases, it is made retrospective. So any law that will come in place will be prospective in nature. In the meantime, all other cases have to be dealt under the present law. And the courts are there to look after the misuse. Similar, the way the Ranas have gone and challenged, the others have also gone and challenged this misuse, that will be dealt with it. Now, so far as Mr. Kothari's assertion that sovereignty and integrity aspect has to be taken into account, under the UAPA, that aspect is already there. If the similar aspect is brought here, that will be a kind of a repetition. The sovereignty and integrity aspect is with respect to the country, whereas this is with respect to the government, violence against the government. So those are two different things. Either the merge the 124A with UAPA section, or the sovereignty and integrity aspect can be taken out from UAPA and brought here. Otherwise, it can be. Otherwise, it will be a repetition at both the places. So what I believe is the law as it stands against the state government is good. However, its misuse, certain exceptions can be brought in as a proviso under the law, and the wording of 124A can be changed because the wording remains of the British era. However, the 1962 Act has read it down. So that aspect can be brought in, the violence aspect can be brought in the section itself, with minor exceptions to prevent its misuse.
Absolutely. All three of you gentlemen, Mr. Kothari, Mr. Shankla, as well as Mr. Nigam, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you. Well, we're now cutting across live to New Delhi, where protests have again broken out against the demolition drive that is being carried out by the civic authorities over there. Now, we have seen this 3 days on a trot now, where civic authorities essentially are being stopped from doing carrying out these demolitions. Now, these visuals, we understand, are coming into us from Kashmiri Gate area of Delhi. Now, demolition drive, of course, has been carried out under a detailed plan that has been worked upon by the civic authorities over there. And we have seen anti-encroachment drive in various parts of New Delhi. Of course, yesterday we saw what was happening in New Friends Colony area. Not just that, there was Mangolpuri area, and before that, of course, there was Shaheen Bagh. Now, visuals that you see on your screen are coming to you from Kashmiri Gate in New Delhi. Sumi is joining us live from there. Sumi, give us more details on what's happening.
Yes, absolutely. This particular protest where we are at, it is being joined by 28 to 30 citizen organization groups. And in fact, here, all of the citizens from all walks of life have gathered here in huge number as we are witnessing it. And my video journalist Narudeshwar is showing you the live visuals of the citizens here sitting on a dharna. And this is just a kilometer away from LG Anil Baijal's residence. And in fact, to keep the law and order intact, they have also been blocked by the Delhi police police's heavy presence here. Multi-layer barricading has also been done, and on my frame is Brinda Karat speaking about this entire anti-encroachment drive that is being carried out by SDMC. Remember, SDMC has a 10-day detailed action plan to carry out the bulldozer drive against the illegal properties across the national capital, and that is what the SDMC has been doing. And also this comes days after the Jahangir-Puri clashes. We witnessed the Jahangir-Puri clashes and in fact this is the live visual of the protest where people are sitting here with the placards that reads strong messages as to how the BJP is trying to target a particular community and the area belonging to them, and that is what the CPIM has been standing against. In fact, this protest is being carried out by 28 to 30 citizen organizations, but CPIM has been leading the entire protest, and that's Brinda Karat, the CPIM's prominent leader, speaking about this entire anti-encroachment drive by the SDA. The main agenda of this protest is to take it to LG Anil Bajal's residence, and I would like my video journalist to keep the frame on Brinda Karat and her speech.
हम विश्व गुरु हैं और इस देश में इस धरती पर खड़े होकर मोदी जी गरीबों क्या हम लोग देख रहे हैं। चलो वीडियो ले लेते हैं। जहाँ मुसलमान रहते हैं, जहाँ माइनॉरिटीज रहते हैं, वहाँ मोदी जी ने इजाजत दे दी है संघ परिवार को। ये समझने की बात है, मोदी जी ने संघ परिवार को इजाजत दे दी है धार्मिक त्योहार को हथियार बना, धार्मिक त्योहार को हथियार बनाकर उस समय उसके बाद
Right, all right. That, of course, is Brinda Karat. She's speaking at the Kashmiri Gate area. Now, it's not just in Kashmiri Gate where we are seeing this anti-encroachment drive. It's also taking place in Dwarka, I understand. Let me go across to Anuj, who's reporting from there. Anuj, give us a sense of what you see around you. We understand that this is being opposed by several people over there.
Oh, well, exactly. We are getting different picture from the national capital, and let me tell you right now, I'm reporting from the merchant market of the Lodi colony. The anti-encroachment drive is going to start any moment from now, and let me give you the visuals also. These are the people who are living in the merchant market and behind the merchant market area, which is said to be illegal, or rather comes under the encroachment. So that is something what we have been told, that the drive can happen any time from now, which is going to move ahead in this particular area. Rather, we were talking to the MCD officials also there. They were very confident about the things and were saying that yes, this is going to go ahead. We are getting the pictures from the different areas of the national capital, whether being it the Shalimar area, whether being it the Dwarka area. So there we can clearly see the bulldozer which is going ahead to do the anti-encroachment, and anti-encroachment drive in the national capital is on. Where on the other side we are also seeing the protest which is being done by the opposition parties who are protesting against the MCD, who are protesting against the Bharatiya Janata Party at the Kashmiri Gate. They are going to go ahead from Kashmiri Gate to the LG residence. On the other hand, this exactly is the merchant market from...
All right, Anuj, hold your thoughts. Let me go across to Piyush, who's reporting from Dwarka in New Delhi, where a demolition drive is being carried out. Yes, Piyush, tell us more.
Well, yes, Nupur, we are getting these pictures from a Dwarka area of Delhi. That's near the Madhu Vihar, which is near Sector 1 of Dwarka, where this anti-encroachment drive is being carried out by the officers of South Delhi Municipal Corporation. Remember that day after day, we are seeing these pictures coming in from different parts of national capital. It basically started from Shaheen Bagh. We saw massive protests taking place. When the encroachment drive was to be carried out there in Shaheen Bagh, there was not enough police personnel with the MCD officers, but this time, in fact, yesterday also we saw massive presence of police personnel there in the parts of Delhi where the demolition drive was to be carried out. I am right now here at Ghitorni, and we are also getting pictures from Dwarka area of Delhi where demolition drive is taking place. Here in Ghitorni, which comes under South MCD, the demolition drive is also to take place. Let me also try to show you pictures from this area. Even before the bulldozer could come here, the people have started removing their encroachment. Congress councillor, even he is present here. Let me try to get in a word from him. यहाँ पे भी सर डिमोलिशन ड्राइव होने वाला है. पिछले कुछ दिनों से हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर कितनी ऐसी ज़मीन है जो लीगली एंक्रोच की गई है.
नहीं, ये सरकार तो रोड से एंक्रोचमेंट हटा रही है और म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन की जुरिडिक्शन रोड्स के ऊपर एंक्रोचमेंट हटाने की है, या म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन की खुद की संपत्ति होगी उससे एंक्रोचमेंट हटाएगी. उसके अलावा सारी जो एंक्रोचमेंट्स है, चाहे वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लैंड है या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की लैंड है, वो दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट की गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की जिम्मेदारी है, एमसीडी की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. उसके ऊपर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया या उसको स्टेप्स उठाने होते हैं.
एंक्रोचमेंट होना चाहिए, आप मानते हैं?
एंक्रोचमेंट हटाने की जिम्मेदारी की बात हुई है. जिम्मेदारी सिर्फ म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन की रोड्स के ऊपर से एंक्रोचमेंट हटाने की है. और आज जिस तरह से बीजेपी के 6 दिन बचे हुए हैं, 18 तारीख को इनका टेन्योर खत्म होता है और 15 ईयर्स से इन्होंने कोई स्टेप्स नहीं उठाए. 15 ईयर्स से आपने एंक्रोचमेंट को प्रमोट किया, 15 ईयर्स तक आपने करप्शन को प्रमोट किया, 15 ईयर्स तक तुम्हारी गलती रही, तुमने कोई स्टेप्स नहीं उठाए. आज वन फाइन डे आप आते हो कि एंक्रोचमेंट हम हटाएंगे और जाकर कोशिश करते हो कि किसी तरह ऐसी जगहों पर इस तरह से म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन एंक्रोचमेंट हटा रही है जिससे नफरत फैले, लोगों में बंटवारा हो, दिल्ली में भी पोलराइजेशन हो, रिश्ते खराब हो. इस तरह से म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन काम कर रही है. और आज मुख्य रूप पर जो म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन और बीजेपी जो सत्ता में है, सिर्फ उनकी एक ही मंशा, उनकी कोई मंशा नहीं है. आज दिल्ली के अंदर या देश के अंदर खाने के दाम हो, सब्जी के दाम हो,
बुलडोजर आता है तो
लोगों को डाइवर्ट करना.
बुलडोजर यहाँ पे आता है, अब तक आया नहीं है, तैयारियां जरूर जोरों शोरों पर है. अगर आता है तो बीइंग अ कांग्रेस काउंसिलर आप उसको अपोज करेंगे?
देखिए, अगर म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन किसी के साथ इलीगल एक्शन लेगी उसको अपोज करेंगे, लेकिन लोग यहाँ लॉ अबाइडिंग सिटीजन है, लोग कानून को मानते हैं. जो जिनों का एंक्रोचमेंट था उन्होंने खुद एंक्रोचमेंट यहाँ से हटाया, उनको बोला हमने एंक्रोचमेंट आप हटाइए, और उसके बाद म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन की जिम्मेदारी एंक्रोचमेंट हटाने की है.
काउंसलर है सर, आप खुद एक काउंसलर है. एक बहुत वाजिब सवाल मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, आपको लगता है कि एंक्रोचमेंट होनी भी चाहिए?
देखिए, गवर्नमेंट लैंड्स पे एंक्रोचमेंट नहीं होनी चाहिए,
लेकिन होती है. तो वो काम तो है ही सर, एमसीडी का हटाना.
सही, गवर्नमेंट को मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, गवर्नमेंट ने स्टेप्स नहीं उठाए समय से. अब गवर्नमेंट आएगी नहीं, बताएगी नहीं, अवेयर नहीं करेगी और स्टेप्स नहीं लेगी तो लोग तो बैठ जाएंगे.
सवाल ये है कि बात ना चुनाव की ना बीजेपी की, बात ये कि ये रेगुलर एक्सरसाइज है जो एमसीडी हमेशा से कहती रही है कि हम लोग करते हैं, और जब वो एक्सरसाइज को अपनी कैरी फॉरवर्ड कर रही है तो सबसे पहले जो अपोज शाहीन बाग में होता है, उसके बाद से लगातार हम देख रहे हैं अपोज हो रहा है. क्यों गवर्नमेंट के काम में बाधा डाली जाती है?
अपोज लोग क्यों कर रहे हैं? अब समय से स्टेप्स नहीं उठाते,
लगातार कर रहे हैं. ये एमसीडी का कहना है लगातार करते हैं. अब जब से शाहीन बाग में अपोज किया है, वो लेके गए बुलडोजर, तब से ही अपोज हो रहा है.
इसके अंदर 2 पेचीदियां है.
कुलजिंदर सिंह को जो नाम बदल कर केएस संधू करके जो बग्गा को पकड़ने आया था, ये केजरीवाल ने किया है. वो चाहते तो पंजाब पुलिस, पंजाब की सरकार का इस्तेमाल वहां की अलगाववादी, सिख अलगाववादी, आतंकवादी गतिविधियों को लगाम करने के लिए करते. वो चाहते तो वहां गैंगस्टर जो बढ़ रहा है उसको समाप्त करने के लिए पंजाब पुलिस का इस्तेमाल करते, लेकिन नहीं किया. केजरीवाल ने इस्तेमाल कहां किया? जो जनता के प्रश्न पूछ रहा है, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता नेता के रूप में उस पर सवाल, उस पर नोटिस भेजना, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई करना. मैं केजरीवाल जी से कहना चाहता हूं कि इस तरह की जो तानाशाही तुगलकी प्रवृत्ति है, वो रावण की भी नहीं चली थी, दुर्योधन की भी नहीं चली थी. और जो आप बौना दुर्योधन तो था, लेकिन आप जो बौना दुर्योधन बनकर जो इस समय तानाशाही दिखा रहे हो, जो डिक्टेटरशिप दिखा रहे हो, उसका जवाब आपको मिल गया है. और ये जवाब यही है कि आपके नोटिस से, आपके फरमान से कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता डरने वाला नहीं। तेजेंद्र पाल सिंह बग्गा के पीछे आज पूरा देश खड़ा है, पूरी पार्टी खड़ी है। तुम्हारे नोटिस से डरने वाले नहीं। सवाल पूछेंगे कि आपने कहा था गुरु ग्रंथ साहब की बेअदबी करने वालों को 24 घंटे के अंदर गिरफ्तार करेंगे। सवाल पूछेंगे कि आपने कहा ड्रग माफिया को कंट्रोल करेंगे, क्यों नहीं किया। सवाल यह भी पूछेंगे कि आपने पंजाब में किसानों को मुआवजा क्यों नहीं दिया। सवाल यह भी पूछेंगे कि दिल्ली विधानसभा के समय को बर्बाद करने के लिए आपने किसानों के लिए, पंजाब के किसानों के लिए एक दिन विधानसभा बुलाई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद क्या किया। 56 दिन हो गए सरकार को। आपने विधानसभा में ही कहा था दिल्ली में आयुष्मान योजना लागू करेंगे। सवाल पूछेंगे, तुम में हिम्मत है तो उस सवाल को रोक कर दिखाओ। सोशल मीडिया पर भी पूछेंगे, मीडिया पर भी पूछेंगे और दिल्ली और देश की जनता के बीच पूछेंगे। इसलिए आज की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ज़्यादा लंबी बात नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन ये केजरीवाल जो तानाशाही और जो लोकतंत्र, जो जिस तरह तुगलकी फरमान उन्होंने जारी किया, और हद तो तब हो गई जब उन्होंने पंजाब पुलिस को फरमान दिया कि जैसे हो बग्गा को आप घसीट कर लेके आओ। पगड़ी पहनने का अवसर नहीं दिया, टर्बन बांधने का मौका नहीं दिया। एक सिख के लिए सबसे बड़ा जो गौरव होता है वो उसकी पगड़ी होती है, और उस पगड़ी को भी आपने पहनने का मौका नहीं दिया। सिखों के जो सबसे बड़ी मान्यता, उसका अपमान करने का काम, उसके जुर्म के दोषी भी केजरीवाल है। और तो और एक बुजुर्ग पिता जो अपने बेटे की बीच में सिर्फ बचाने के लिए आया, उनको बोला कि कपड़े पहनने दो, पगड़ी पहनने दो, उनको धक्का दिया, उनके मुंह में कपड़ा ठूसने का काम जो किया है, ये बुजुर्गों का अपमान, एक सिख पिता का अपमान किया है केजरीवाल ने। इसके लिए कभी आपको पूरा सिख समाज, हिंदू समाज या पूरा भारत आपको माफ नहीं करेगा। तो केजरीवाल जी, ये लड़ाई आपने शुरुआत की है, ये षड्यंत्र आपने शुरुआत किया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसको समाप्त करेगी, चिंता मत करिए। हम सड़कों पर उतरेंगे, लड़ेंगे और डरेंगे नहीं, झुकेंगे नहीं, थकेंगे नहीं, रुकेंगे नहीं, और ईंट का जवाब पत्थर से देने के लिए तैयार हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद जी। मेरा निवेदन है हमारे पश्चिमी दिल्ली से सांसद भाई प्रवेश होगा जी से
मुद्दई लाख बुरा चाहे तो क्या होता है, वही होता है जो मंजूर खुदा होता है। अरविंद केजरीवाल चाहे भगवान मान, ये जितने भी लोग अगर हमारा बुरा चाहेंगे तो हमारे साथ हमारा भगवान है, हमारा ईश्वर है, और हर कार्यकर्ता के साथ में पार्टी मजबूती के साथ खड़ी है। ये इस पूरे एपिसोड के बाद में एकदम साफ हो गया है। हमारे बीच में बग्गा जी जो एक सच्चाई की लड़ाई के बाद यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, जिनके साथ में इनकी गलती ये थी कि 7 साल से ये अरविंद केजरीवाल के जो कारनामे हैं उसके बारे में ट्वीट करते थे, सोशल मीडिया पर उसका उजागर करते थे। 7 साल से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कोई एफआईआर नहीं कराई। दिल्ली में उनकी सरकार थी, अगर इन्होंने कोई कानून का उल्लंघन किया होता तो दिल्ली में एफआईआर हो जाती, मगर क्योंकि इन्होंने कोई कानून का उल्लंघन नहीं किया, बिना कानून का उल्लंघन किए अगर कहीं पर एफआईआर आज इस देश में हो रही है तो वो पंजाब में हो रही है। और वो ऐसे वहाँ के अफसर जो इन मामलों में पहले भी लिप्त रहे, उनका उपयोग करके हो रही है, उनको डरा धमका के हो रही है कि अगर तुम दिल्ली जाकर नवीन कुमार को नहीं लेकर आए बग्गा जी को नहीं लेकर आए, प्रीति गांधी को नहीं लेके आए, कुमार विश्वास को नहीं लेके आए, तो तुम्हारी फाइल खुल जाएगी, सस्पेंड कर देंगे। वो अफसर इतना भी नहीं सोच रहे कि वो दिल्ली में जब आते हैं तो दिल्ली पुलिस को नहीं बताते कि हमारे एक ऐसे ऐसे FIR है और आप जाइए और हमें उसको अरेस्ट करके दीजिए। तो इतना काला कानून चल रहा था कि सुबह आकर इनके पिताजी को मारा गया, इनका पगड़ी का अपमान किया गया, उसके बाद में घसीट कर इनको लेकर गया। मगर केजरीवाल ये भूल गया कि वो एक बग्गा का मुंह बंद करेगा तो इस पार्टी में लाखों बग्गा खड़े हो जाएंगे, और इस बग्गा का, हमारे तेजेंद्र बग्गा जी का मुंह वो कभी बंद नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि जितना मैं तेजेंद्र बग्गा जी को जानता हूं, इनके लिए देश सबसे पहले है, दिल्ली की जनता सबसे पहले है, उसके बाद में पार्टी है, उसके बाद में ये खुद अपने आप को समझते हैं। तो ये हमेशा सच्चाई के साथ खड़े रहते हैं। अगर कभी हम भी कोई गलती करते हैं तो ये हमें भी टोकते हैं, पार्टी भी कोई गलती करती है तो पार्टी को भी टोकते हैं। तो ऐसे व्यक्ति से अरविंद केजरीवाल नहीं जीत सकता। आज जो पंजाब में खालिस्तान दोबारा से जिंदा हो गया है, वहां पे ग्रेनेड अटैक हो रहे हैं, वहां के टीचर्स को सैलरी नहीं मिल रही है, रोज एक इंटरनेशनल खिलाड़ी का मर्डर हो रहा है, जो गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब की जिन्होंने बेद भी करी उनको पकड़ा नहीं जा रहा, और आज वहां की पुलिस क्या कर रही है, ये सारे काम छोड़कर बग्गा जी को ढूंढ रही है। बग्गा जी को अरेस्ट करने के लिए एक नहीं, 4 नहीं, 10 नहीं, 50 पुलिस वाले, और ऐसी गाड़ियों में आए जो दिल्ली पुलिस की, पंजाब पुलिस की गाड़ियां नहीं थी। हम वो गाड़ियों की जांच करवा रहे हैं, उसमें एक गाड़ी तो चोरी की गाड़ी है, वो पंजाब पुलिस की गाड़ी नहीं है। चोरी की गाड़ियों में पंजाब पुलिस आती है, यहां की दिल्ली पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म नहीं करती है और उठाकर लेके जाती है। इससे ज्यादा मैं समझता हूं बड़ा क्राइम कोई नहीं हो सकता जो अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद कर रहा है। और उस समय भी सुबह के समय अरविंद केजरीवाल अपने मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली के आवास पर बैठकर भगवंत मान से हॉटलाइन पर बात कर एक एक सेकंड की इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहे थे, और वो जो संधू है DSP जो अपना नाम बदल कर आता है, उससे लगातार मोबाइल पर बात कर रहे थे कि अब क्या करना है, अब क्या करना है। तो जीत कोई बग्गा जी की नहीं है, ये जीत सच्चाई की जीत है, ये जीत सारे पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की जीत है। और इस जीत में जो सबसे बड़ी भूमिका है वो हमारे सारे मीडिया के बंधुओं की है, जिन्होंने सुबह से उस सच को दिखाया, सच्चाई को दिखाया।
ED team has reached a university belonging to Azam Khan. So trouble mounts there for SP leader Azam Khan. Our correspondent Anuj is reporting on the matter. Anuj, what can you tell us? We can see visuals of the ED team reaching the University of Azam Khan. Take us a little bit through the background and what we are seeing right now.
Well, this is going to be more trouble for Azam Khan as we are getting the visuals of the Enforcement Directorate team reaching to the Johor University. This is something which belongs to Azam Khan, and let me tell you, the 9 people are in this team. The team has been already constituted, and this is going to be the department of the Enforcement Directorate and the official of the Enforcement Directorate who is going to look into the financial angle
on the very same time. This is going to be more trouble for Azam Khan. We have seen Azam Khan's lawyer and legal team reaching to the court and trying their level best to get relief. But on the other hand, this is more trouble after trouble for Azam Khan. As the team is already there, they are going to look into the papers. They are going to look into the financial things, what exactly has happened. And now we will have to wait what exactly will be coming out after this particular team is going to do the searches. After this particular team is will be going through the papers, then only we will be getting the information that what exactly is going to be the next course of action. But yes, as of till now, this is very much clear that more trouble for Azam Khan is there. The legalities is being looked up by the people of Azam Khan, by the legal team of Azam Khan. But on the other hand, at this point in time, what we are seeing is that this is more trouble for Azam Khan. And as the enforcement directorate team is already there, as the 9 members, there are 9 members in the team who have already reached to the premises, so this is going to be more problem for Azam Khan. Yes.
Right, right, Anuj, we are talking here about the land grab case, if I'm correct, that the UP police has lodged against Azam Khan, one among the many cases against the SP leader.
Well, exactly. This is not the one case.
Anuj, if you can hear me.
We are talking about. Yes, yes.
One case, what we are talking about. Yes, yes, I can hear you. This is something what you pointed it out very correctly. This is not limited to one case. There are cases after cases against Azam Khan. As I was talking about the legalities and the legal team of Azam Khan, they are trying to do the level best, but not getting the relief because there are number of cases. On the other hand, what we are talking at this point in time, this is a land grab case, and now the enforcement directorate team, as we are telling it to our viewers and we are also getting the visuals, now the enforcement directorate team is already there in the premises. They are going to look up into the financial things, that what exactly are the transaction and from where to where the transaction has been done. So enforcement directorate is at this point in time is going through the papers, the dots has been connected, the investigation has been already done, the complaint has been already registered. So for Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan, this is going to be more trouble. That is something what we are telling to our viewers, but we are waiting for the update that what exactly is going to come out and what exactly are going to be there in the investigation where the enforcement directorate at this point in time is investigating. Yes.
And when we talk about, well, the enforcement, we had the UP police lodging all those cases against him. He has been in jail since then. Despite that, he did win 2 elections. Now, the Supreme Court is, well, has come down heavily on the Allahabad High Court, and he has been granted bail. But this fresh case means that he will not be able to walk out yet. Anuj.
Well, when we are talking about Azam Khan, as we were pointing it out earlier also, there are number of cases. There are number of cases against Azam Khan. There were numbers of FIR against Azam Khan. He fought the election from the jail itself. His son rather was also there behind.
तो हम आपको चैन से जीने नहीं देंगे। क्या ये जान से मारने की धमकी होती है? मैं आप लोगों से, मीडिया के मित्रों से पूछना चाहता हूं। अगर मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल को कल को कहूं कि चुल्लू भर पानी में डूब के मर जाओ, तो वो मेरे पे एफआईआर कर देंगे कि मैंने उनको सुसाइड के लिए प्रेरित किया है। मुझे लगता है ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जो अपना दम्भ दिखाना चाहते थे, जो अपना घमंड दिखाना चाहते थे, उनको हाई कोर्ट ने ऐसे करारा तमाचा मारा है कि वो कई महीनों तक अपना चेहरा दिखाने लायक नहीं रहेंगे। आज भगवंत मान की जो स्थिति हुई है, जो पंजाब पुलिस की स्थिति हुई है, वो पंजाब पुलिस कभी ऐसी थी जिसने आतंकवाद को परास्त किया था। वो पंजाब पुलिस को देश सलाम करता था, जिसने 2 दशक पुराने खालिस्तान के आतंकवाद को परास्त किया था। आज वो पंजाब पुलिस को काम क्या दे दिया गया है कि अगर कोई अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ ट्वीट करे, चाहे वो नवीन कुमार हो, चाहे वो प्रीति गांधी हो, चाहे वो डॉक्टर कुमार विश्वास हो, या कांग्रेस की नेता अलका लांबा हो, चाहे मैं हूं, उसके खिलाफ पुलिस भेज दी जाए क्योंकि उनको डर लगता है उन ट्वीट से। तो मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता कभी डरने वाला नहीं है। आप 1 नहीं 1000 मेरे खिलाफ एफआईआर करोगे, तब भी मैं आपसे सवाल पूछूंगा कि गुरु ग्रंथ साहब जी की बेदबी करने वालों को जेल की सलाखों में कब डालोगे। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं अरविंद केजरीवाल उनको जानबूझ के बचा रहे हैं और ये आरोप मेरे नहीं है, उनके विधायक कंवरपाल सिंह के आरोप है, जो अमृतसर से विधायक है, जो समय एसआईटी का हिस्सा थे और जो एसआईटी उन दोषियों को बचा रही थी, उस एसआईटी से उन्होंने इस्तीफा दे दिया था। अरविंद केजरीवाल उस रिपोर्ट का जिक्र अपने हर भाषण में करते थे। वो कहते थे इस रिपोर्ट को अगर देख लिया जाए तो 24 घंटे के अंदर दोषियों को जेल की सलाखों के पीछे डाला जा सकता है। वो कंवरपाल सिंह ने कहा कि जिन पुलिस ऑफिसर्स ने गुरु ग्रंथ साहब जी की बेदबी करने वालों को बचाया, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने सत्ता में आने के बाद उनको प्रमोशन दी और उनके असिस्टेंट सीएम, पंजाब के हाफ मुख्यमंत्री कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। आज अरविंद केजरीवाल कहते हैं उठ जाओ तो वो उठ जाते हैं, वो कहते बैठ जाओ तो बैठ जाते हैं। आज बिल्कुल एक लाचार सीएम की तरह वो काम कर रहे हैं। मैं अरविंद जी को ये कहते हुए कि देश ने, दिल्ली ने, पंजाब ने उनको जो सत्ता सौंपी थी विकास के लिए सौंपी थी, लेकिन वो ये दिखाना चाहते हैं कि मेरे पास पुलिस आ गई है तो
Right. Well, breaking news coming in once again on Republic. Those are exclusive visuals of explosives used in the Mohali blast, in which the Punjab intelligence headquarters was targeted. This is the launcher used for the RPG. Despite the fact that the police continues to maintain that it was a projectile, not yet confirmed that it was a rocket-propelled grenade. This is part of the ammunition that was used, the launcher that was used. Amandeep joining us now for the latest detail, for this latest update in the case. Amandeep, what can you tell us? We are seeing the visual of more equipment that was used in the Mohali blast. Exclusive visuals there of the launcher used in the Mohali attack on the Punjab intelligence headquarters. Our correspondent Amandeep to join us shortly for the latest, for this latest update. As our viewers are aware, the Mohali blast is still under investigation. The NIA moving in, the Khalistani angle cannot be ruled out yet. An RPG was used to assault, was used to attack. So Khalistani terrorism raising its head once again. Amandeep, tell us more about this latest find. We believe the launcher used in the Mohali attack has been found.
Yes, absolutely. This is the launcher, this is the RPG launchers that was used by the attackers.
That was used by the attackers to attack the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters. And in fact, this was recovered by the Punjab Police almost from 1 kilometer distance from the headquarters of intelligence. And even it was spotted on the roadside by some rag picker in the evening yesterday. And she, the lady with whom we Republic exclusively out the entire recovery, she was the one who told the police that there was a pipe, long pipe lying on the road, and kindly see that this is some sort of weapon. And immediately police rushed to the spot and they recovered that launcher from the spot. Now I can explain you that what is a big loophole of Punjab Police. This is the road. This is the road that is actually leading to Punjab Police Headquarters. You can see, and I just explained you the entire situation geographically. On this side, Punjab Police Headquarters is at 1 kilometer distance. And in fact, from where the attackers, after launching the RPG, they flee from this road in a white car. And in fact, later, they park their car here on the roadside and they throw that launcher here. This is the spot where the launcher was spotted by the lady. This is the spot. They dumped here.
they dumped the launcher here, and yesterday evening the police have recovered this launcher with the help of the lady who is a rag picker who came here in the evening and even spotted this launcher. So this is the spot. This is a big loophole, and in fact at 7:45 RPG attack happened at intelligence office. Later, there was no alert issued to the Mohali police to step up the police and to step up the security on the roads. And even at the distance of 1 kilometer, those attackers parked their car on a roadside. They came here, they dumped the launcher, and they flee from the spot very easily. This is how the Punjab police lackadaisical attitude that is leading to one after another loophole. And in fact, this and further investigation is still on in the case. And you can see this is the area. I request my camera person to kindly show the road as well as the dumping site of the launcher, so that at least everyone should know that how the police works. There was no Naka setup. It was just next to the light point, and they easily dumped this launcher here and they flee from the spot. No CCTV cameras installed on the light points. No CCTV cameras was installed in the highways so that the police can identify anything. And even they launched the RPG so easily, they flee from this spot outside the intelligence headquarters at 1 kilometer of distance. They park their car again, they dump the launcher, and they managed to flee from the Mohali once again, and without any interruption of the police. And this is how the entire incident unfolded. And the most interesting part is that since the day of attack, Punjab police was continuously searching the area nearby the Punjab Police Intelligence Office. And they are trying to recover the launcher just because it was... I show you once again. I request my camera person to kindly continuously show this dumping site. And even the police was searching the area nearby the intelligence office, but they did not extend their search. And yesterday evening, when a lady who was picking the rag in this area, yes, you can see this is right, the dumping area, and now it is the time to listen to the ground reality of.
And when we talk about lapses on the part of the police, clearly glaring lapses there. The launcher just found there, no CCTV footage, no Naka setup, and at the end of the day, we're talking here about a high security zone. Let's listen in to what an eyewitness had to say, even as we're taking a look at how events unfolded in the Mohali blast case.
Rocket launchers has recovered from the roadside by the police, and in fact locals have spotted it and later informed the police. We are joining with us the eyewitness who is with us, who has spotted the launcher. Aunty, क्या हुआ था जब ये पुलिस आई? क्या ये हथियार क्या पड़ा हुआ था? कहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ था?
वो तो मैंने ना कुछ कहो, मैंने ना कुछ कहो, मैं तो अपनी मैच सच गा रही थी पुत्र। हाँ, मैं तो अपनी मैच सच गा रही है ना, वो तो ऊपर पैर रखा गया, हाँ हो गया, मैं भज गई, मैं कहा मर जाओ बोतल खा ली वैसे ने, पैर में लग जाएगा कंच, वो जब मैं गहा लग गई, मैं कहा क्या पे जियो, मैंने ना कुछ भी कहे मेरा पुत्र।
तो फिर आपने पुलिस को बता दिया?
आप नहीं बताया, वो तो उन्हीं खड़े थे ना, भज के आ गए हूँ, बस मेरे पुत्र, बस मेरे पुत्र, हाँ मेरे पुत्र।
So this is the story that how the police have recovered the rocket launchers, just because this is the place where rocket launcher was spotted, and in fact that launcher was spotted by this lady who is actually a local and looking for picking the rags here. Rocket launchers has recovered from the roadside by the police, and in fact locals have spotted it and later informed the police. We are joining with us the eyewitness who is with us, who has spotted the launcher. Aunty, क्या हुआ था जब ये पुलिस आई? क्या ये हथियार क्या पड़ा हुआ था? कहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ था?
वो तो मैंने ना कुछ कहो, मैंने ना कुछ कहो, मैं तो अपनी मैच सच गा रही थी पुत्र। हाँ, मैं तो अपनी मैच सच गा रही है ना, वो तो ऊपर पैर रखा गया, हाँ हो गया, मैं भज गई, मैं कहा मर जाओ बोतल खा ली वैसे ने, पैर में लग जाएगा कंच, वो जब मैं गहा लग गई, मैं कहा क्या पे जियो, मन्नू ना कुछ भी कहो मेरा पुत्र।
तो फिर आपने पुलिस को बता दिया?
आप नहीं बताया। वो तो उड़ी खड़े थे ना, भज के आ गए हम। बस मेरे पुत्र। बस मेरे पुत्र। हाँ मेरे पुत्र।
So this is the story that how the police have recovered the rocket launchers just because this is the place where rocket launcher was spotted, and in fact that launcher was spotted by this lady who is actually a local and looking for picking the rags here, and even later she informed the police about a weapon lying on the roadside, and the police identified it as a launcher.
So locals stepping in where police appear to have failed spotting the launcher that was used for the RPG attack in the Mohali blast case, where the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters were targeted in Mohali. Investigation still on into the case, although a Khalistani link has been found. Going back to Amandeep once again. So Amandeep, as you were pointing out, locals stepping in where police have failed clearly.
Well, exactly. The point is that there were no police efforts to recover the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher was spotted by a rag picker when she was roaming in the area, and something sensed to his feet, and she thought it might be a bottle or something that cannot hurt her feet. And in fact, later on, when she just ransacked the...
Amandeep, you're going back to what the eyewitness told you a short while back.
Rocket launchers has recovered from the roadside by the police, and in fact locals have spotted it and later informed the police. We are joining with us the eyewitness who is with us, who has spotted the launcher. आंटी, क्या हुआ था जब ये पुलिस आई? क्या ये हथियार क्या पड़ा हुआ था? कहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ था?
वो तो मैंने ना कुछ कहो, मैंने ना कुछ कहो, मैं तो अपनी मैच सच गा रही थी पुत्र। हाँ, मैं तो अपनी मैच सच गा रही है ना, वो तो ऊपर पैर रखा गया। हाँ, हो गया। मैं भज गई, मैं मर जाओ बोतल खा ली वैसे ने, पैर में लग जाएगा कंच। वो जब मैं गहाँ लग गई, मैं क्या पे जियो, मन्नू ना कुछ भी कहो मेरा पुत्र।
तो फिर आपने पुलिस को बता दिया?
आप नहीं बताया। वो तो उड़ी खड़े थे ना, भज के आ गए हम। बस मेरे पुत्र। बस मेरे पुत्र। हाँ मेरे पुत्र।
So this is the story that how the police have recovered the rocket launchers just because this is the place where rocket launcher was spotted, and in fact that launcher was spotted by this lady who is actually a local and rocket launchers has recovered from the roadside by the police, and in fact locals have spotted it and later informed the police. We are joining with us the eyewitness who is with us, who has spotted the launcher. आंटी, क्या हुआ था जब ये पुलिस आई? क्या ये हथियार क्या पड़ा हुआ था? कहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ था?
वो तो मैंने ना कुछ कहो, मैंने ना कुछ कहो, मैं तो अपनी मैच सच गा रही थी पुत्र। हाँ, मैं तो अपनी मैच सच गा रही है ना, वो तो ऊपर पैर रखा गया। हाँ, हो गया। मैं भज गई, मैं मर जाओ बोतल खा ली वैसे ने, पैर में लग जाएगा कंच। वो जब मैं गहाँ लग गई, मैं क्या पे जियो, मन्नू ना कुछ भी कहो मेरा पुत्र।
तो फिर आपने पुलिस को बता दिया?
आप नहीं बताया। वो तो उड़ी खड़े थे ना, भज के आ गए हम। बस मेरे पुत्र। बस मेरे पुत्र। हाँ मेरे पुत्र।
So this is the story that how the police have recovered the rocket launchers just because this is the place where rocket launcher was spotted, and in fact that launcher was spotted by this lady who is actually a local and looking for picking the rags here, and even later she informed the police about a weapon lying on the roadside, and the police identified it as a launcher.
Well, Amandeep telling us about how this latest find was discovered. A local rag picker actually found the launcher, even as the police seem to be oblivious of the fact entirely that this equipment, this crucial equipment, piece of equipment that was used for the rocket-propelled grenade attack on the Punjab Police Headquarters in Mohali was actually just lying there. It was locals who informed them. And Amandeep taking us through that latest find, That's the rocket. That's the launcher that was used to fire the projectile, as the police call it. Amandeep, you were telling us about how local police were the police were informed by locals. And so where does this take the case? What next now? From what your sources are telling you, even as Bhagwant Mann, Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has said that no effort will be spared in order to find out the culprits.
Well, absolutely. The point is that how this entire incident unfolded. At 7:45, the RPG attack was launched at Punjab Police Headquarters. And in fact, immediately after the attack, 2 attackers fled in a white car from outside the intelligence headquarters. And later on, the most important point was, and in fact, the police was into a complicated situation since the attack happened, that where is the launcher? Just because they cannot carry the launcher after the attack. That is the biggest evidence that can ever police recover. And they are extensively, from the day one, searching the area nearby the intelligence office, that they wanted the launcher to be recovered at the earliest. But now, when almost at a distance of 1 kilometer, a local yesterday evening spotted a long pipe identified as an army weapon, and she was the one who informed the police that there is something lying like a weapon. And even she informed the police. Police immediately rushed to the spot, and it is just, this area is just connected to the main road. Just connected to the main road. You can see these visuals. The visuals are entirely establishing the loopholes and the lackadaisical attitude of police, that they have not extended their search from the intelligence office. They have not searched the area in the 1 kilometer range. And even when lady informed, then immediately police recovered that launcher. That launcher was the evidence that it was RPG that launched, that fired at the intelligence office on the day of evening. And even you can see the visuals as well. It was completely dumped in this area, and now the police have established the nakas nearby. This is a road, a busy intersection of Mohali. This is not an isolated road which always remain occupied with the vehicles, and still the attackers managed to flee. They come out of the car, they park their car on the roadside, and they come out of the car and they dump the launcher here, and they again return in the car and manage to flee, and from this very much spot and Mohali as well. This is how it has been unfolded from the time that they launched.
We are going back to the conversation you had just a short while back with the eyewitness who actually helped the police discover the launcher, such a crucial piece of equipment, such a crucial part of the investigation that the police had totally overlooked. Well, joining us now is former DGP Vikram Singh on the phone. Mr. Singh, many thanks for speaking with Republic TV. We are seeing here that
But there are things which is called Lakshman Rekha. All the organs of the state must respect each other, and also to practice our respect in letter and spirit. Whatever we say, whatever we do, we have to ensure that we respect the provisions of the Constitution of India as well as all the existing laws.
What are the options right now before the government, now that the court has gone ahead, despite your affidavit, gone ahead and blocked the law?
I have not seen the report, or I have not heard the judgment yet. I am coming out of the program right now. Thank you.
Union Minister Kiren Rijiju there speaking on the sedition case that the government has put before the Supreme Court. The court a short while back had suggested that all sedition cases, all fresh cases should be kept in abeyance for now. It has asked the centre and states to refrain from registering any FIR invoking sedition charges till further re-examination is over. All pending cases, appeals and proceedings with respect to charges framed for sedition should be kept in abeyance, the top court had said. The Supreme Court has urged, as we were telling you, the centre and states to refrain from registering FIRs invoking 124A of the ICP, that is sedition. Going back once again to the Mohali story, we were trying to get in some reactions to the fact that a rag picker, a local, as our correspondent Amandeep was just telling us, well, in another major news story that has broken since this morning, Mehbooba Mufti in a tweet has now she's finally responded on Yasin Malik, the terrorist who has pleaded guilty to all charges against him. She says the minority is being targeted. She has now compared India. Earlier she had compared India to Sri Lanka, and when she was questioned about her views on Yasin Malik accepting all charges against him, it is now that she has responded. She says if the centre does not stop, the Sri Lanka situation will repeat in India too. Let's listen in to what Mehbooba had to say.
देखिए, इट्स अ सब जुडिस मैटर स्टिल, अभी तो सब जुडिस है. और दूसरा, इट्स वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट कि द वे minorities are being attacked, Muslims especially are being attacked at this point of time. Their houses are being bulldozed, their life is being threatened. The judiciary is not coming forward to take so moto notice of such incidents, which they should have been taken ideally. So I hope, whenever this process is completed, and I hope justice is done. That's all. I have nothing else to say on this subject. देखिए, हमारा ये मानना है कि अगर ये जो इसी तरह हमारा जो मुल्क चलता रहा कि किसी ने भी बात की नहीं होती, सेडिशन चार्जेस लगाए जाते हैं. कोई अखबार वाला कुछ लिखता है तो सेडिशन चार्जेस लगाए जाते हैं. कोई स्टूडेंट कोई बात करता है तो सेडिशन चार्जेस लगाते हैं. एक्टिविस्ट बात करते हैं तो पॉलिटिशियंस की तो बात ही नहीं है. अगर ये इसको रोकेंगे नहीं अभी, तो जो हालात इस वक्त श्रीलंका के हैं उससे बदतर हमारे हालात हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि वहाँ भी ये जो इन्होंने हाइपर नेशनलिज्म का नारा चल रहा था, बुद्धिस्ट और मुस्लिम्स और क्रिश्चियंस उनको आपस में लड़ाया जा रहा था, और आज आपने देखा उसका क्या हाल है. तो मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि अभी हमारे
तो यहाँ पर देखिए, ये बुलडोजर चलने के लिए ये बुलडोजर चालक थे जिनसे हम बात कर रहे थे, और देखिए इस तरफ ये बुलडोजर जाएगा, इस तरफ ये बुलडोजर इसलिए जाएगा क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो वायुसेना की बाउंड्री है, बिल्डिंग है, उस बिल्डिंग के आसपास जो है लोगों ने अतिक्रमण कर दिया है, और ये जो बुलडोजर है ये अब धीरे धीरे करके आगे बढ़ रहा है. ये एक एक करके बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ रहा है. बुलडोजर के ऊपर रिपब्लिक भारत की टीम मौजूद है, और बुलडोजर जहां जहां जा रहा है हम उसकी पल पल की जानकारी दिखा रहे हैं. और जल बताइए, चारों तरफ का इलाका दिखाइए. देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस के जो जवान हैं वो यहाँ पर आ गए हैं, क्योंकि निश्चित तौर पर जब भी इस तरीके की कार्रवाई की जाती है तो पुलिस को इसलिए लेकर साथ में चला जाता है, क्योंकि कुछ लोग जो हैं, देखिए अब आगे की तरफ जो है अब ये बुलडोजर बढ़ रहा है. एक एक करके ये बुलडोजर आगे की तरफ बढ़ेगा, और जैसे जैसे ये बुलडोजर आगे.
Well, breaking news, another crucial piece of evidence in the Mohali blast case, CCTV footage emerging. Even as just a short while back, we had shown you how the launcher that was used for that RPG attack on the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters was found by an elderly lady, a rag picker. And she was speaking to our correspondent Amandeep. Now CCTV footage there emerging about which will tell us something more about how the Mohali blast took place. Republic TV has accessed. Amandeep, it's over to you for more details about the emergence of this new piece of very crucial evidence, we believe. Amandeep, we are trying to connect to our correspondent Amandeep, who's on this story even as we speak. As you can see on your screens there, that's crucial CCTV footage of the Mohali attack on the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters, giving us some more clues as to how the events unfolded on that fateful day when the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters was attacked by a rocket-propelled grenade or an RPG. The police are continuing to maintain it's a projectile even as investigations continue. Just a few minutes ago, we had shown you exclusive visuals of the launcher that was used for the RPG attack, which the police had completely missed until locals brought it to their notice. Amandeep, it's over to you for this latest piece of evidence that has emerged. CCTV footage from outside. Give us more updates and details.
Well, absolutely. That CCTV was installed outside the Punjab Police Intelligence Headquarters, and in fact, it was clearly spotted that white car which was running on the road, and in fact, this road is just outside the Punjab Intelligence Office, and in fact, that CCTV is a very crucial in this entire case, just because this is establishing the entire thing. I can show you the road as well. This is the road from where the car has traveled and en routed and managed to flee, and even you can see that CCTV that has been installed also. It is on this road itself, and in fact from here they attacked, they launched the RPG, and later they managed to flee from the spot in a white car, and they have captured in the CCTV cameras. Not only outside that CCTVs were installed outside the intelligence office, but yes, also nearby the areas. And police is connecting one after another electronic and technical evidence to break down the case, to make a series, to unfold the entire story, that how it happened, and in fact how they have reached till the intelligence office and planned this attack. Just because before reaching and before carrying out this attack, they have already done the proper recce of this area, establishing the escape routes from the area from where they are going to fire the RPG. In fact, that spot was also identified before, and even later